Marshall Peak, Chapter 4296, Time Waits for No One. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters stood on the platform with different expressions on their faces. Some were worried while others were excited. They were worried about the safety of their disciples. Judging by the current situation, the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was inevitable. The vast Blood Monster Cave Heaven was bound to break apart and become countless pieces scattered across the Blood Monster territory. It was an unknown factor as to whether their disciples could return safely. After all, they would be lost forever if they got trapped inside the void cracks. On the other hand, some were excited that Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves would finally have the qualifications to participate. Throughout the ages, whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, the responsibilities of the Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been to escort their respective disciples to the Blood Monster territory, quietly wait for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to close, and bring their disciples back to the sect. There were many valuable treasures inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that made their eyes turn green with envy. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With restrictions in place, there was no way for them to enter. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven really were to collapse and countless parts were to merge with the Blood Monster territory, then they could go around searching for the various treasures that came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If nothing else, even obtaining a high-order monster beast core would earn them a fortune. After recovering from their shock, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately flew off, heading straight for the depths of the Blood Monster territory to search for opportunities. In this short span of time, countless humongous void cracks had appeared throughout the entire Blood Monster territory. Moreover, enormous spirit peaks and vast spirit provinces had appeared out of the void cracks. They quietly floated in the void of the Blood Monster territory, adding some life to this dead and silent space. Soon, there were Open Heaven Realm Masters swarming all over every spirit peak and spirit province in search of treasure. Those who found anything valuable were few and far between. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been opened so many times before after all, so most of the valuable treasures had already been taken away. Of course, there were also some lucky enough to find invaluable treasures as soon as they arrived. Be that as it may, those Open Heaven Realm Masters who landed on the spirit provinces also revealed looks of great jubilation despite not finding anything valuable. Somebody exclaimed in amazement, "Such dense world force." The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only natural that the world force it contained was extraordinary. The most basic method for cultivators in the Open Heaven realm to strengthen their power was to enhance the world force of their small universe. Therefore, any Open Heaven realm master would benefit greatly if they could refine the world force from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that cultivators would need to have great compatibility between their own small universes and the world force in order for them to refine a world force that did not belong to them. Take old ancestor Moyu for example. The reason he had his eyes on the demon realm and tried to conquer it was that the demon realm's aura was highly compatible with his small universe. Not only would he not suffer major drawbacks after refining the demon realm, but he would also recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation in a very short time. On the other hand, if their compatibility was low, there were heavy repercussions that could result in one's own world force becoming unstable or even damage being done to the foundation of their small universe. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a great event that swept across the entire 3,000 worlds, so there was no shortage of cultivators who came here. As such, there were bound to be some people who met the refining conditions. These people were absolutely overjoyed. Landing on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces, they quickly used various means to collect them into their respective small universes to slowly refine at a later date. Even though most people did not meet the refining conditions, there was no reason for them to pass up on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven either. If they brought these spirit peaks and spirit provinces back to their sects, the world force contained within could greatly enhance the heritage of their respective sects. For that reason, many battles over the spirit peaks and spirit provinces broke out across the Blood Monster territory in a very short period of time. The Open Heaven Realm Masters fought viciously among themselves and some of them would die from time to time. Even the proprietress and the others joined in the fight. They collected several spirit provinces into their respective small universes and placed a seal on them for later use. The small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters would only turn from ethereal to corporeal when they advance into the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. At that point, their small universes would be no different from actual universe worlds and could even accommodate living creatures in them. Even so, the small universes of mid-rank and low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not mere decorations either. Back when Yang Kai first entered the outer universe, he had been lured into Duan Hai's small universe. Duan Hai was the fire spirit land protector venerable of Seven Wonders Land, but he was only in the fourth order Open Heaven Realm. It could be seen that even the small universes of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could accommodate living creatures as long as certain conditions were met and techniques were used. The only difference was that their heritage was not as majestic as a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe. The proprietress and the others had spread out to search for the traces of Yang Kai and the others as at present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Yang Kai and the others were not yet in the Open Heaven Realm, so they had no means to protect themselves if they encountered danger. Unfortunately, the blood monster territory was a great territory, so it was incredibly vast. Even if they split up their forces to search, it was difficult for them to obtain results in short order. As such, they could only spread the news around in hopes of contacting Yang Kai and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai burst out of the void crack in pursuit of the spirit province. When he abruptly found himself in a vast and dead environment, he immediately realized that he had returned to the blood monster territory. Not far away, a large spirit province floated in the void. All the cultivators in Abundant City stood on the spirit province, looking very uneasy. They might not know what had happened, but they had witnessed the sudden collapse of the world around Abundant City. Looking around, they found that they were currently in a completely unfamiliar environment. Numerous spirit provinces not inferior to the one Abundant City sat on floated about in the void. The world force was beginning to dissipate and the aura of the blood monster cave heaven gradually weakened as a result. When the aura of the blood monster cave heaven completely dissipated, the blood principle's restriction in their bodies would immediately burst out. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Mo Mai and the Great Elders stood side by side. They looked out at the chaotic Abundant City and gave a small sigh. Despite having always known that such a day would eventually come, it was not until that day actually arrived that they realized how weak and powerless they were. "Everyone, do you have any last wishes?" Mo Mai was slightly ashen-faced, but her tone was calm. She could be considered a person who had weathered many storms in her life, so her mentality was stronger than most. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a woman to take up the City Lord's position. Although what was happening before her was literally a world-ending disaster, it was not enough to cause her to panic. Thanks to her influence, the Great Elders also became much calmer as a result. Pang Duo spoke after some thought, "I still want to go and see what the world outside looks like. Unfortunately, we will never get this chance." Gong Yang she stroked his beard and smiled, "This old master has lived a long time. I don't really have any regrets." Jin Yuan Lang said, "I kind of want to know what the Open Heaven Realm is like. It's a pity we could not advance any further in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Mu Qian Xian laughed softly, "Big brother Yuan Lang, do you want to try advancing into the Open Heaven Realm right now?" His expression changed upon hearing those words. What she mentioned was correct. They had already finished condensing their yin, yang, and 5 element powers. It was just that they had always been stuck inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so they could not advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Now that they had broken free of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's limitations, they could advance into the Open Heaven Realm as long as they were willing. However, he soon shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's too late." Even though he had never tried to break through before, he knew that advancing into the Open Heaven Realm was not such an easy matter. He would almost certainly explode and die from the activation of the Blood Principle's restriction before he could finish preparing himself for the advancement. Mo Mai suddenly bowed elegantly. "This mistress is honored to have received your help all these years. Many thanks for all your hard work." Everybody quickly turned towards her while Pang Duo spoke. "You are far too polite, City Lord. We were only performing our duties. Rather, It is your dedication to Abundant City that I highly admire, City Lord. Mo Mai smiled. It's not that bad to have your company on the road to the Yellow Springs. He laughed loudly. Let us build another Abundant City when we arrive in the next world. We will behead anybody who dares to look down on us. The others roared their agreement. What are you talking about so happily? A voice entered their ears suddenly, and in the next moment, their vision blurred slightly as a figure abruptly appeared in front of them. They jumped in fright, and Pang Duo even took a few steps back without realizing. After taking a good look at the newcomer though, he exclaimed in astonishment, Yang Kai, why did you come back? Yang Kai smiled, of course, it's to fulfill my promise. Mo Mai was puzzled. Promise? Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and joy, did you find a way to remove the blood principles restriction? When Yang Kai left earlier, he had mentioned that there was somebody who could remove the blood principles restriction in their bodies. He also promised that he would do his best to obtain that method. Even so, it had not been long since he left. Despite asking that question, Mo Mai had only asked out of a small sliver of hope. She did not actually believe that he had succeeded. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. I obtained the necessary secret technique. I can help you remove the blood principles restriction in your bodies so that you will never be bound by the blood monster cave heaven again. Gong Yang she accidentally tore out his beard hairs as his eyes widened when he heard those words and shouted, Are you serious? Likewise, Mu Qian Xian's eyes gleamed. Yang Kai, you better not be lying to us. Yang Kai replied seriously, Of course I wouldn't lie to you. I've already experimented on the way here. The secret technique works. Pang Duo was taken aback for a moment, before he burst out laughing. There's always a way out. The heavens have eyes after all. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. Don't get so happy just yet. There's still a difficult problem to solve first. Mo Mai seriously asked, What is it? Can we help? If so, then please speak freely. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and answered in a troubled voice, There are too many people in Abundant City. Using the secret technique depletes my strength. If I do this one at a time, I'm worried that the world force here will dissipate completely before I can remove the blood principles restriction from everybody. There were some 4,000 or so people in the city, so Yang Kai estimated it would take him at least 1 month to finish lifting the restriction from all of them. However, the cultivators in Abundant City would lose the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura when the world force in this place fully dispersed. The only reason they were safe and sound at the moment was that Abundant City was located on a rather large spirit province, hence, some of the blood monster cave heaven's aura still remained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4297, Collecting a Spirit Province. Yang Kai's meaning could not be any clearer. Time waited for no man. When Mo Mai heard those words, her expression became grim. If that were the case, she would be stuck with the extremely unenviable problem of choosing who to save and who not to save. Having served as the city lord for so many years, she knew every single person in the city personally, from the oldest man to the youngest child. All these faces floated in front of her eyes. It would be extremely cruel if she had to choose a person's death in exchange for another person's survival at a time like this. Fortunately, Yang Kai continued, there is another possibility, but it will be a gamble. If it works, then everybody in Abundant City will be saved. If it fails, well, we'll discuss that when that happens. Mo Mai immediately asked, what's the gamble? Yang Kai explained, I have an independent world. I can collect this piece of land into that independent world and use certain means to lock the world force in place. It's just that I'm not certain whether I can maintain and preserve the unique world force in this land for long. If he could preserve the world force for an extended period of time, then the aura of the blood monster cave heaven would not dissipate so quickly and the blood principles restriction in their bodies would not be triggered. In that way, he could slowly set everyone free. On the other hand, this method would be useless if he could not preserve the world force for long enough. Mo Mai's eyes lit up at those words and she immediately agreed, if you have a method like that, then please perform it as quickly as possible, Sir Yang. Nodding, Yang Kai requested, please wait for a moment. I also need you to tell everyone in the city not to resist what happens next. He was quite certain that it would not be difficult for him to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. After all, his current spiritual energy was extraordinary. The main issue was that there were so many strong cultivators in the city as well. If anybody were to resist, it would add great strain to the load. Especially at a time like this where all the cultivators in Abundant City were already on edge. The slightest disturbance could send them into a panic, so it was crucial that they cooperated with him. Momai and the other great elders quickly relayed orders to the people. While comforting and reassuring everyone, they explained the current situation and told them not to resist under any circumstances. The cultivators in Abundant City slowly calmed down, and soon there was not a single sound in the entire city, only their uneven breathing and the sound of pounding hearts remained. Floating in the void above the spirit province where Abundant City was located, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings to cover every corner of the floating piece of land. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, it was not until he actually attempted it that he discovered his initial assumption was far too naive. Even if his divine sense was incredibly powerful, his spiritual energy was gushing out like a waterfall at this moment. It didn't take long before his knowledge sea was almost drained dry. If not for the soul-warming lotus continuous nourishment, he would probably be a dry oil lamp before he could even take action. At times like this, Yang Kai couldn't help missing the aspect of the sealed world bead that could transform into Gun. After all, Gun had even devoured the entire demon realm. Everybody watched Yang Kai nervously only to see that his complexion was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they could sense his overwhelming divine sense that was madly spreading out into the surroundings like a tidal wave. Momai and the others were shocked by the sight. Restrained by the limitations in the blood monster cave heaven, they could only linger in the Emperor realm for their entire lives. For that reason, their accumulation and precipitation in this realm were by no means comparable to most other cultivators. Be it in terms of the purity and density of their Emperor Chi or their mastery of their spiritual energy, it was rare for outer world cultivators to match up to them. However, it was not until they compared themselves with Yang Kai that they understood their ignorance. Just in terms of spiritual energy alone, comparing themselves to him was like comparing a creek to the vast ocean. A whole incense stick later, Yang Kai finally felt his divine sense wrapping around the spirit province without leaving out a single gap. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, jerked open abruptly and he roared, "Receive." The boundary of the small sealed world opened and space principles fluctuated violently and the spirit province became distorted. A series of ripples spread across the surface, then the spirit province suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai exhaled softly in relief. Taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth and flashed into the small sealed world at the same time. A large spirit province suddenly appeared in the small sealed world, its world force clashing with the ambient world force, causing the blood monster cave heaven's aura to dissipate rapidly. There was no time to rest as Yang Kai hurriedly communicated with the sealed world bead to seal the space around the new spirit province, preventing its world force and the blood monster cave heaven's aura from dissipating. After working so hard, Yang Kai was so tired that he could see stars dancing in his vision. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying despite the huge effort required. The world force of the spirit province that Abundant City was located on finally stopped dissipating. The preservation of the world force meant that the blood monster cave heaven's aura would not disappear, hence, the Abundant City cultivators had no need to fear or worry about the blood principle's restriction being activated. It would seem that Yang Kai's idea was feasible. A wave of relief washed over him after confirming this fact. Then, he informed Momai and the others about the results. Likewise, they also let out a deep sigh of relief. City Lord Mo, now is not the time for me to perform the secret technique. I'll come to help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies when I've settled down in a safe place, Yang Kai said. The blood monster territory was in chaos at the moment, so even if he wanted to help them, it was impossible for him to do so immediately. Momai bowed. Please take care of your matters first, Sir Yang. This mistress will manage Abundant City. Abundant City is greatly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir. Pang Duo and the others solemnly cupped their fists, Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai returned the gesture and slipped out of the small sealed world. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. He stayed there and took a short rest. All of a sudden, his eyes flickered. He had just noticed something rather interesting. When he was collecting the spirit province where Abundant City was located into the small sealed world, the small sealed world had absorbed the world force that dissipated from the spirit province. Upon further consideration, he realized that it was nothing to be surprised about. Back when he killed some mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Voidland, the small universes in their bodies had collapsed upon their deaths. Accordingly, a portion of the world force that dissipated and filled Voidland had been absorbed by Voidland to enhance its heritage. It was said that the masters of various cave heavens and paradises would choose to return to their respective sects when their predestined time of death was approaching. When the small universe in their bodies collapsed, their world force would enhance their sect's heritage. In that way, the world force of those cave heavens and paradises became incredibly dense and rich with the accumulation of many years. That was also how they grew to their current scale and power. Being an independent world, it was only natural that the small sealed world could devour and absorb world force from external sources to strengthen itself. Yang Kai suddenly regretted it a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have tossed the corpses of those open heaven realm masters I killed into the small sealed world. That way, the small sealed world could have absorbed the world force from their small universes. Nevertheless, it was not too late to understand this now. He might not be able to kill any open heaven realm masters at the moment, but there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed to form countless spirit provinces scattered across the blood monster territory. These were all unowned property. If Yang Kai could collect some of them into the small sealed world, the small sealed world would surely be greatly enhanced as a result. In the past, a bold idea had unintentionally formed in his heart. This idea was closely related to the small sealed world. If the small sealed world could become stronger, then it would only benefit him even more when his idea came to fruition. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt that the destruction of the blood monster cave heaven might not be such a bad thing for him after all. How else could he have obtained an opportunity like this? After a short rest, Yang Kai immediately rushed in the direction of a nearby spirit province. At present, there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. They practically filled the entire blood monster territory, so he could easily find one or two without putting in much effort. It was just that this particular spirit province did not contain any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. It didn't even contain the slightest hint of life. Not to mention, it seemed significantly smaller than the spirit province with Abundant City. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world, but fortunately, there was no need to preserve the world force of this place, so he simply allowed it to freely dissipate and add to the small sealed world's heritage. After 2 previous experiences, Yang Kai was becoming more and more skillful. He collected spirit province after spirit province into the small sealed world. Around half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was not the only one doing this. Many other open heaven realm masters were also doing this. It would seem that he was not the only one to realize that these spirit provinces contained great benefits. Thinking about it again, it was not that strange. The open heaven realm masters here were not stupid, so how could they ignore the benefits in front of them? This was the world force of a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. As things stand, I have to move faster. The blood monster cave heaven was vast, so it broke into countless spirit provinces after its collapse. Even so, these spirit provinces could not last long with so many people gathering them. It was conceivable that the entire blood monster cave heaven would be divided up among the open heaven realm masters and cease to exist before long. Unwilling to compete with the open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai found a relatively remote area and rushed in that direction. The truth was that he still held a glimmer of hope that he would come across a city similar to Abundant City. There should be many native cultivators within the blood monster cave heaven. If he could rescue them at a time like this, they would surely bring great benefits to Voidland in the future. Unfortunately, He collected some spirit provinces along the way but did not encounter any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing slightly, knowing that these native cultivators would not meet a good end. The other open heaven realm masters had no way to remove the blood principle's restriction even if they collected the spirit provinces that had native cultivators inhabiting them. All that awaited these native cultivators was death. With the passing of time, Yang Kai noticed that the world force contained in the spirit provinces that he collected into the small sealed world was getting weaker and weaker. It was understandable. After all, the world force contained in the spirit provinces would slowly dissipate as they drifted about in the void. In the end, these spirit provinces would all turn into dead land. At one point, Yang Kai was floating in the sky above a certain spirit province located several hundred meters away. Opening the boundaries of the small sealed world, his divine sense surged as he made a move to collect the spirit province. However, a violent aura erupted from the depths of the spirit province at that moment and smashed his divine sense to pieces in an instant. Not only did Yang Kai fail in his endeavor, but he also received some backlash from this encounter. For a moment, he was so dizzy that stars danced in his vision. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He had checked the spirit province just now and found no traces of life, so where did this violent burst of aura come from? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4298, A Gently Pointing Finger. This aura was clearly hidden somewhere in the spirit province. It was only exposed because Yang Kai's actions had disturbed it. Not to mention, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had encountered it before. Before he could figure out the answer, an enormous figure emanating a sharp and overwhelming monster chi burst out of the spirit province. In addition, the figure was covered in dazzling golden light. Yang Kai took a good look and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden Wolf King, no wonder I found the aura familiar. I've actually met this fellow before." When Yang Kai and Chu Huashong were being hunted down by Yin Xinjiao, he had accidentally stumbled upon a battle between two peak 6th order monster beasts. One of them was Golden Gorilla King while the other was a Golden Wolf King. Those two monster beasts were very powerful. At the time, the fight was evenly matched and both parties ended up wounded as a result. It was with the borrowed strength of these two monster beasts that Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of Yin Xinjiao and the others. He later arrived at Abundance City. During Yang Kai's stay in Abundance City, Golden Gorilla King had taken advantage of the time when the barrier over the city had been torn open by Tan Luo Xing to enter and wreak great havoc. In the end, Yang Kai fought him and managed to force him back. According to the explanation from Mo Mai and the others, Golden Gorilla King was a 6th order monster beast that they supported. He also helped Abundance City out of trouble several times in the past. For that reason, Mo Mai pleaded on his behalf after Yang Kai severely injured him. Thus, Yang Kai allowed him to go free. Yang Kai never expected to meet the Golden Wolf King in this broken spirit province after the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven. He gnashed his teeth wondering just how unlucky he could be. It was clear that the intense battle between the Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King had left both parties heavily injured, therefore, they had both been treating their wounds in hiding. Yang Kai's actions just now must have disturbed the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King were both peak 6th order monster beasts and the grudge between them was not something that was just 1 or 2 days old. They were both metal element monster beasts, so both of them were coveting each other's monster core. When Yang Kai and Chu Huashong encountered these two monster beasts during their escape, both had been covered in serious wounds. Some of these injuries were fresh while others were fully healed. It could be seen that they had fought each other numerous times. It was just that they were so evenly matched that neither could finish the other. Upon meeting the Golden Wolf King again, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's wounds from earlier had not healed. Furthermore, new wounds had been added into the mix. The flesh around those bloody wounds squirmed, looking extremely disturbing. In other words, the Golden Wolf King was currently in extremely poor condition. Yang Kai was capable of pushing back the heavily injured Golden Gorilla King even when he himself was not fully healed, therefore, he was not afraid of the Golden Wolf King in the slightest. As such, he immediately raised the spear in his hand. A furious roar reverberated through the air and the golden light around the Golden Wolf King's body shone out brightly. He swiftly moved about on all fours and arrived within several dozen meters of Yang Kai in an instant, opening his large and bloody mouth as he bit at him. An overwhelming aura loomed over Yang Kai from above. He could even smell the nauseating stench coming from the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Just as he was about to engage in battle against the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly became shocked and hastily retreated with a kick of his foot. That was because he discovered that the Golden Wolf King was not in the Sixth Order anymore. The entire body of the Golden Wolf King was radiating with the aura of a Seventh Order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not encountered the Star Turtle previously, he might not have been able to judge this accurately. Fortunately, he had fought a great battle against the Star Turtle not long ago. The ferocity of a Seventh Order monster beast was still fresh in his mind. That was why the realization struck him immediately the moment the Golden Wolf King attacked. This was not the Sixth Order monster beast that he knew, it was a Seventh Order monster beast. Is it a different Golden Wolf King? That can't be. This is the same monster beast I met previously. The wounds on his body look very familiar. But I'm certain it was only at the peak of the Sixth Order when I last saw it. How did it advance into the Seventh Order? Looking at the wounds on the Golden Wolf King, Yang Kai immediately understood. This guy probably killed Golden Gorilla King and devoured the latter's monster core. That's why he advanced into the Seventh Order. Both the monster beasts had been at the peak of the Sixth Order, so no matter who killed whom, the surviving party would definitely be able to break through because they were only one step away from the Seventh Order. It was impossible for them to remain stagnant at their previous level after devouring the monster core of another monster beast at the peak of the Sixth Order. Under normal circumstances, these two monster beasts would have been evenly matched. However, Golden Gorilla King had been badly beaten by Yang Kai in Abundance City, causing his already serious injuries to worsen. The Golden Wolf King must have taken that opportunity to kill his longtime enemy. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scenario. The Golden Wolf King had been silently stalking Golden Gorilla King and waiting for a chance to finish him off after he invaded Abundance City. After Golden Gorilla King was driven away by Yang Kai and went into hiding to quietly lick his wounds, the Golden Wolf King finally made his move and dealt the finishing blow. The Golden Wolf King managed to kill Golden Gorilla King, devour his opponent's monster core, and advance into the Seventh Order. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for his success. That much was evident from the fresh injuries all over his body. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Although he could not prove his conjectures, he was certain that his guesses were not too far from the truth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a mixture of fear and joy upon learning that the Golden Wolf King was now a Seventh Order monster beast. He was apprehensive towards the terrifying might of a Seventh Order monster beast. After all, he had a previous experience with the power of the Star Turtle. Even though so many people had joined forces, they failed to harm the Star Turtle in any meaningful way. The defenses of an Earth attribute monster beast were already extraordinary, so nothing need be said about one that was in the Seventh Order. On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Golden Wolf King's body currently contained a Seventh Order metal element monster core. Why did he enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the first place? Wasn't it because he was searching for metal and yin element cultivation resources? Out of all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yang Kai only needed 2 more. Once he gathered all of them, he would be able to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Only then would he finally have the qualifications to face all sorts of dangers and create a place for himself in the vast 3,000 worlds for himself. Do I fight or flee? Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he reached a decision. The Golden Wolf King might be a Seventh Order monster beast, but it had not been long since it broke through. Besides, its injuries had yet to heal. Why else would it be hiding here instead of leaving when such a huge disaster had befallen the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? In other words, it was hard to say whether it could fully exert the strength of a Seventh Order monster beast. More importantly, Yang Kai had no idea when he might come across another Seventh Order metal element treasure if he passed up on this opportunity. Kill. Yang Kai held his spear horizontally by his side. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Wolf King who was charging at him fiercely. While drifting backwards continuously, he gripped the divine ability bead that the proprietress had given to him in his other hand. He had always been reluctant to use this divine ability bead. Even when facing Black Crow Divine Monarch or the Star Turtle, Yang Kai had reserved the use of this divine ability bead. However, this was related to a 7th-order metal element monster core. He could not afford to hold back or delay. After Yang Kai poured his strength into the divine ability bead without restraint, the proprietress' familiar aura permeated from the inconspicuous divine ability bead. The Golden Wolf King was charging straight at Yang Kai when it seemed to detect a great crisis. Its enormous figure halted abruptly in the void and its strangely humanized eyes revealed uncertainty. In the next moment, it turned and fled. It was also at this moment that the divine ability bead in Yang Kai's hand shone brightly. A slender jade finger suddenly appeared and gently pointed forward. That movement was absolutely gentle and did not carry the slightest hint of aggression. It was almost as if it was a flirtatious act between lovers, stirring up faint ripples in one's heart. However, this gentle movement contained an extremely horrifying power. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. It seemed as though even a universe world would shatter to pieces if it stood before that finger. The slender jade finger pressed down in the direction that the Golden Wolf King was fleeing. The Golden Wolf King clearly noticed that it was in a dangerous situation. Thus, its figure moved about erratically in an effort to dodge. A short while later, the jade finger vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the Golden Wolf King had already fled several hundreds of kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood frozen on the spot in shock. He was feeling slightly dumbfounded. Is that all? Nothing dramatic had happened. The divine ability didn't seem to have done anything to the Golden Wolf King either. When he first felt the power contained within that finger, Yang Kai wondered whether it could even kill a 4th-order open heaven realm master. Contrary to his expectations, the results were completely unexpected. That can't be right. Proprietress spent so much energy to refine that divine ability bead. It's impossible for it to be useless. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly chased after the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King who had fled forward suddenly howled in agony. It stumbled and collapsed in the void, blood mist violently gushing out of all the pores on its body. Even the golden light around it dimmed in an instant. The damage caused by that gentle finger might not be apparent from the outside, but it was clearly effective on the inside. Before the Golden Wolf King could get up once more, Yang Kai swooped in and fiercely thrust his spear out. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the Golden Wolf King tried hard to avoid the blow, this spear stabbed straight into its eye socket and caused it to burst. If the Golden Wolf King had not shifted his head away at the last moment, Yang Kai was certain he could have killed his opponent in one move. The pain made the Golden Wolf King howl again. The golden light around its body fluctuated and a beam of light aggressively shot out from its mouth, aiming directly at Yang Kai. The destructive power was extremely high. Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate this attack and dodged aside. Surging his space principles, his figure floated about erratically as he rained down spear attacks on the Golden Wolf King like a storm. An endless wave of stabbing sounds sliced through the air as the Azure Dragon spear pierced again and again. Although Yang Kai had experienced some setbacks in his battle against the Star Turtle, that was mainly because the Star Turtle's defenses were beyond terrifying. The Golden Wolf King might also be a 7th-order monster beast, but it had only just finished its advancement and was also heavily injured. More importantly, the metal element was specialized in attacking, not defending. Therefore, countless new wounds were added to the Golden Wolf King's body in the blink of an eye, constantly drawing blood. Yang Kai swung his spear with the speed of lightning. There were no tricks to his attacks, they were simply a barrage he unleashed without restraint. In spite of his calm exterior, Yang Kai's emotions were incredibly excited. I can kill him. I can kill this 7th-order Golden Wolf King. As long as I kill the Golden Wolf King, I will obtain a 7th-order metal element monster core. Then, I will only be missing the yin element. It was impossible for the Golden Wolf King to do nothing and wait for death under the endless rain of spears. It endured the pain and injuries on its body and fought back with all its strength. Its battle against Yang Kai was fierce. Although it was not an evenly matched situation, it was not a landslide victory either. The heritage of a 7th Order monster beast was truly extraordinary. Even if it was just a newly advanced 7th Order monster beast, it was absolutely incomparable to a 6th Order monster beast. The same logic applied for Open Heaven Realm Masters. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might only have a difference of 1 order between them, but it was the difference between a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together might not win against a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4299, a 7th Order Monster Core. It was not until this moment that young Kai was thankful that he had not tried to hold back and had used the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress from the start. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for the Golden Wolf King. Thanks to the gentle finger within the divine ability bead, the Golden Wolf King had been considerably weakened. It was conceivable how powerful it would have been if young Kai had not heavily injured it from the start. A vicious battle ensued. Although young Kai inflicted wounds all over the Golden Wolf King's body, actually killing the opponent would take much more effort. It would take at least an hour or more for him to succeed. Of course, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would become for young Kai. That was because the Golden Wolf King's injuries would only worsen with time and the strength it could exert would also weaken. At some point, it would become easy for young Kai to kill it. However, young Kai could not afford to drag things out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible as this place was the Blood Monster territory. There were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere and there was no shortage of mid-rank ones among them. It would definitely attract unwanted attention if somebody detected the commotion here. A 7th Order Monster Beast's monster core was extremely valuable, so it would inevitably arouse the greed in others and incite their killing intent. Taking a deep breath, young Kai raised his spear and surged the power in his Dao seal. Golden Crow's true fire spread out, distorting the void. A great sun suddenly leaped out from behind his back and the sound of the Golden Crow's cry rang out. Inside the great sun, a 3-legged golden crow danced happily. The moment the divine manifestation appeared, young Kai's aura increased madly. A look of shock and fear flashed through the Golden Wolf King's humanized eyes and it hesitated for a moment before turning around and fleeing. How could young Kai allow the Golden Wolf King to escape though? His expression was calm as he manipulated space principles to turn the void into a prison, instantly slowing the Golden Wolf King's movements. Meanwhile, with the great sun perched atop the tip of his spear, young Kai thrust forward fiercely. At the critical juncture of life and death, the Golden Wolf King turned around angrily and shot out a beam of golden light from its mouth to meet the dazzling great sunday. A violent collision erupted. Beams of light spread out everywhere and brutal energy ran rampant. When the golden light finally went out, the great sun enveloped the Golden Wolf King completely. A short while later, the dazzling light dissipated. Young Kai's complexion was slightly pale as he held his spear and breathed heavily. Not far from young Kai, the Golden Wolf King's head had been blasted to pieces. The headless carcass twitched slightly as its vitality rapidly faded. This battle began abruptly and ended swiftly. Nevertheless, young Kai was extremely lucky to have killed the 7th Order monster beast. If the Golden Wolf King had not been heavily injured in the first place and he did not have the proprietress divine ability bead, the only thing young Kai could have done upon encountering a 7th Order monster beast with his current strength would be to flee. It was only because of multiple coincidences overlapping with each other that led to the death of the Golden Wolf King. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, young Kai flashed over to the Golden Wolf King's carcass. He swept his divine sense over the carcass and quickly found something in the chest area. Thrusting his arm into the carcass, young Kai grasped something and pulled his hand out, holding a bloody monster core that emitted a golden radiance. The monster core was about the size of his fist. 7th Order. It really is a 7th Order metal element monster core. The urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly consumed young Kai. He originally thought that he would not obtain what he desired from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time around, but who could have known that he would gain a 7th Order metal element monster core after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? It truly was a blessing from the heavens. Great efforts will be rewarded indeed. I'm glad the proprietress divine ability bead was well used. Before he could put away the monster core though, a figure appeared suddenly and landed not far away from him. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He knew that he would attract the attention of others if he did not finish the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Both the proprietress divine ability bead and his own divine manifestation were incredibly powerful after all, so it would be more difficult for people not to notice if they were nearby. The person who came was an elderly man. Yang Kai glanced at the man briefly and was surprised to realize that he could recognize this person. He did not know the name of this elderly man and only knew that other people called him Old Hong. If he remembered correctly, this elderly man came from a great force known as Heaven's Border. Back when Yang Kai snatched the carcass of the Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Old Hong and several other Open Heaven Realm Masters had chased after him. Afterwards, Yang Kai escaped into First Inn. When the matter in the Golden Crow Divine Palace was exposed, Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Old Hong lost the qualifications to participate. And so, Old Hong backed down quickly. As soon as Old Hong arrived, he glanced at the Golden Wolf King's carcass with a gloomy expression. His eyelids twitched at the sight, a Seventh Order monster beast. The Golden Wolf King might be dead, but the aura of a Seventh Order monster beast coming from his body had yet to dissipate completely. Being rather knowledgeable, it only took one glance for Old Hong to understand this. He then turned to look at Yang Kai and his gaze immediately became fierce. "Brat, it's you." It was obvious that he recognized Yang Kai. His memory of this boy was still fresh in his mind. There were few who could survive the pursuit of several mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. It had been his first time meeting such a person. Yang Kai ignored the other party. Quietly taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he waved his large hand and kept the Golden Wolf King's carcass into his space ring. "Brat, hand over the monster beast's monster core and this old master will spare your life." Old Hong's expression was a mixture of excitement and greed. It was a Seventh Order monster beast's monster core after all. He had never seen one in his life. As a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was vastly superior to Yang Kai in terms of identity, strength, and status. However, he had less than 1/100th of Yang Kai's wealth. How many cultivation resources can I receive in exchange for a Seventh Order monster core? It could be said that Old Hong would never have to worry about money again. How could he not be moved by such huge benefits in front of his eyes? Recalling how Yang Kai escaped in the past, he secretly drew upon the world force in his small universe to seal this surrounding space while he was speaking. As long as he could seal this place, Yang Kai would never be able to escape from the palm of his hands no matter what kind of method he employed. He was not clear as to how Yang Kai managed to slaughter a Seventh Order monster beast with his trivial Emperor realm strength. In any case, it was obvious that Yang Kai had a great stroke of luck. Otherwise, how could a little brat who was not even in the Open Heaven realm kill such a powerful existence? The might of a Seventh Order monster beast was such that even he did not dare to face it lightly. Yang Kai immediately noticed the moment Old Hong made a move. Raising a hand, he tossed a brilliant golden monster core at Old Hong and shouted, "Here." Old Hong instinctively reached out and grabbed the monster core in his hand, but after looking down at it, he nearly exploded with rage. "How dare you deceive me, boy?" It was indeed a metal element monster core, but it was a Third Order monster core that was only worth 10 or 20,000 Open Heaven pills at most. By the time he looked up again, Yang Kai was already a black dot in the distance. Yang Kai had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to use space principles to escape. Old Hong felt as though his teeth were about to crack from rage. Having learned from his past experience where this brat had escaped his clutches, how could he give chase only to be left behind again? He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. Even so, the temptation of the Seventh Order monster core made him unable to give up so easily. Burning his blood essence, he struggled to catch up. At the same time, he took out communication bead after communication bead and sent various messages out. Old Hong would never have informed others if he could enjoy the benefits alone. However, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. He could only rely on others to help. Besides, the value of a 7th order monster core was so great that he would still receive quite a lot even if he had to divide his gains with others. Old Hong's cultivation and identity might not be particularly outstanding, but he still had some friends. Not to mention, several open heaven realm masters from Heaven's border also came here with him. Be that as it may, he was cautious and did not inform the others about the specific details. He only asked them to help intercept Yang Kai and promised to reward them greatly afterwards. Somebody soon responded to his message. Overjoyed, Old Hong desperately chased in that direction. An incense stick later, Yang Kai had only just planted his feet in the void when he sensed world force surge and lock him in place, creating a sealed space. Yang Kai was shocked as he never imagined that somebody would block the path in front of him. Looking at this situation, it seemed to be targeting his space principles. Why else would somebody purposely seal off space around him? Did Old Hong call for help? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud voice entering his ears. Junior, obediently surrender without a fight. Yang Kai desperately pushed his space principles again and moon blades slashed out in all directions, but could not tear apart the opponent's world force that was holding him in place. When he looked up again, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him and cutting off his escape. The middle-aged man studied Yang Kai curiously. He did not know the reason why Old Hong had sent him a message asking him to stop this young man. It was just that he happened to be nearby and Old Hong promised great benefits, so he simply acted in passing. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed through his head like lightning before he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The middle-aged man asked, "And, who are you? Does this guy not know who I am?" Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond, "I am a manager under Madame Lan of First Inn. I have an urgent matter I must report to her and need to meet up with her immediately. If there's a misunderstanding, please allow me to pass. It will be very serious if Madame blames you for this delay." Madame Lan, the middle-aged man jumped in fright. This kid belongs to First Inn. What the hell is old Ghost Hong up to? Did he swallow the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? How could he dare to pursue somebody from First Inn? What would happen if that crazy woman, Lan Yu Ruo, finds out about this? He might not have heard about there being managers in First Inn, but he had no time to think about it either. After frowning and pondering for a while, he asked, "Little brother, you claim to be from First Inn. Do you have any proof? Madame's token is right here. I'm just afraid that you might have eyes but fail to recognize her greatness." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, he tossed a token towards the other party. He could sense the other party's cowardice, so his courage increased sharply. At a time like this, he could not afford to be polite. It was better to be arrogant instead. Besides, the token was not fake. It was something the proprietress handed to him in the past so that he could go around collecting debts. He had been keeping it all this while, hence, her aura was indeed contained inside the token. The middle-aged man took the token and probed the contents with his divine sense, and instantly his expression cramped. He could sense a strong residual aura was contained within the token. Although he could not confirm that the aura belonged to Lan Yu Ruo specifically, it definitely belonged to a 6th order open heaven realm master. Like Old Hong, he was simply a 4th order, so how could he dare to go against a 6th order? Furthermore, First Inn was very well known. The token felt like a hot potato in his hand, thus, he quickly returned the token and cupped his fists. "So little brother is a subordinate of Madame Lan of First Inn. Forgive me, little brother. Everything was just a misunderstanding." Yang Kai shook his head and impatiently said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then hurry up and release me." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4300, Reunion. "Please go ahead, little brother." After confirming that Yang Kai had a powerful supporter, the middle-aged man no longer dared to stop him, releasing his world force and returning the token. Yang Kai nodded gently and moved to leave. The middle-aged man said, "Little brother, you should head this way if you are looking for Madame Lan. I last saw her graceful figure from afar in that direction one day ago." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Many thanks. I hope we meet again." With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai hurried in the direction that man had pointed. At present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Being only in the half-step open heaven realm, Yang Kai did not feel very safe moving alone. It would be best if he could meet up with the proprietress and the others. After Yang Kai departed, the middle-aged man angrily took out a communication bead and poured his divine sense into it to question why Old Hong had tried to harm him. Old Hong was rushing over when he saw the message, so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Brother Shu, you let him go." The man surnamed Shu snapped, "He is First In's manager. How could I dare to stop him?" Old Hong scolded scathingly, "What do you mean by the manager? First In is just an inn. Why would it need another manager when Lan Yu Ruo is already there?" The man surnamed Shu couldn't help realizing the oddity of the situation when he heard those words. He had been frightened by the reputation behind the names Madame Lan and First In earlier, but now that he thought about it, he realized the truth behind those words. First In was just an inn, a place that collected and sold information. Why would it need multiple managers? Despite feeling cheated, he replied, "Even so, that kid is from First In. We can't afford to provoke them. Old Hong, I suggest that you give up as soon as possible to avoid accidents." Regardless of Yang Kai's real status, the token was not fake. The aura contained within the token had terrified him. More so with the current situation in the blood monster territory. There were disciples from major cave heavens and paradises everywhere. One could not be fooled by the fact that the other party was only in the Emperor realm. Who could say which sect the other party came from? What if he offended somebody he could not afford to? Not only would he suffer misfortune, but his actions might also endanger his sect. If this were a more hidden environment, he could have silenced the witness to his crime and be done with the matter. However, it was not easy to silence someone out in the open with so many people crawling all over the blood monster territory. Determined to stay out of this shady business, the man surnamed Shu cut off contact with Old Hong. Old Hong put away the communication bead and scolded angrily, "Cowardly rat. You are not qualified to participate in this great plan." Be that as it may, Old Hong could not be sure whether or not Yang Kai was from First In. If that were really the case, then he did not dare to provoke them either. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai had escaped into First In after snatching the golden crow carcass back then. Taking that opportunity to join First In did not seem unreasonable. In that case, that damned brat might really be part of First In. Old Hong's heart sank at the thought. It feels like the Seventh Order Monster Corps will no longer have anything to do with me. Nevertheless, it was a miserable feeling to have such a tempting delicacy in front of him that he could only stare at but not eat. Old Hong stood there hesitating for a while. Then, he seemed to recall something all of a sudden. An idea came to him and he took out another communication bead. His expression became very respectful as he poured his divine sense into the communication bead and sent a message. Inside the void, Yang Kai swiftly headed in the direction pointed to him by the middle-aged man earlier. At the same time, he took out his communication beads and kept sending messages to the proprietress, Yu He, and Old Bai in hopes of getting in touch with them. He was certain that the proprietress and the others were also looking for him, it was just that they didn't know each other's location. The communication beads were certainly very useful and convenient, but they were limited by a certain distance, thus, they would not be able to communicate with each other if they were too far away from one another. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally managed to contact Yu He. Once they exchanged information on each other's locations, he finally calmed down slightly. Yu He was relatively close to him, so it would only take her an hour or so to arrive. Not daring to move around carelessly, Yang Kai found a dead spirit province nearby and hid there. The spirit province he was hiding on clearly came from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that it wasn't very large, only kilometers wide and long. Several days had passed since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, so the world force of these spirit provinces that were not collected in time had dissipated completely and merged with the void, causing these remnants to become barren. There were not many similar wastelands like this. Some 80% of the spirit provinces had been collected. It could almost be said that the entire blood monster cave heaven had basically been divided up between the open heaven realm masters who came here. This was the first time Open Heaven Realm Masters had benefited from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, this chance only came once. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven had collapsed, so it was impossible for another opportunity like this to arise again. Before an hour was up, a graceful figure landed nearby. Yuhi swept out her divine sense and looked around for a bit before she glanced at Yang Kai's hiding place and called out softly, "Young master?" Yang Kai stepped out and took off the shadowless veil to reveal his figure. She hurriedly greeted him and asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Her expression was filled with worry. The main reason was that Yang Kai seemed to have experienced various difficult battles. His outer appearance was quite a miserable sight. His clothes were ragged and torn. Moreover, the dried blood crusting his clothes could almost form a complete shell. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Have you found the others?" Yuhi examined his condition carefully and confirmed that he was really fine. Only then did she relax and answer his question, "We found almost all of them. 5 or 6 of them are still missing." Yang Kai fell silent. Those missing people had probably met with a disastrous end. Before he entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality when his subordinates decided to explore on their own. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was not a safe place after all. There would always be a risk when going for training, but he could not stop them. If he refused their request and protectively brought them around with him all the time, they would never grow stronger. Only losing 5 or 6 people could even be said to be a great fortune amidst the various misfortunes. Furthermore, those who had survived the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would surely have grown tremendously. This would be of great benefit to their future. Yang Kai composed his emotions and nodded, "Let's go see Proprietress." Yuhi immediately summoned her flight-type artifact and returned the way she came with Yang Kai. Searching for the Proprietress took quite a lot of time as she was also searching for Yang Kai. It was quite troublesome not to have a fixed meeting place in this vast blood monster territory. It was fortunate that the Proprietress had not been too far away from Yuhi in the first place. Half a day later, a familiar-looking ship came into view. When Yang Kai and Yuhi boarded the ship, Lang Qingshan and others rushed up to greet Yang Kai, cupping their fists as they shouted, "Sir." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and nodded lightly. It was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. There were a few missing from this group of subordinates that he brought along with him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. These subordinates had been serving under him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Having carefully nurtured them over the years, they would surely have been able to advance into the Open Heaven realm with enough time. The most important point was that they were extremely loyal to him and had accompanied him through many dangerous and life-threatening situations in the past. Guo Miao was also back, standing beside Guo Ziyang. Accountant looked at Yang Kai with his triangular eyes and asked, "Where's Chef?" Yang Kai slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten about Chef again. Thus, he immediately brought him out of the small sealed world. Chef had previously used his knife and chopping block secret technique twice in a row, but his complexion was better after recuperating in the small sealed world for the past few days. As soon as he came out of the small sealed world, he immediately hooked his arm around Accountant. Then, they slipped away into the cabin to do something. The Proprietress looked at Yang Kai and said, "Smelly brat, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." She might have remained outside all this while, but she had received all sorts of news following the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai replied shamelessly, "There's no such thing. Whoever said that must be slandering me." Then, he hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, Proprietress, there was this guy called Black Crow Divine Monarch in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Before he could finish his sentence, she raised a hand to interrupt him. "The news regarding Black Crow Divine Monarch has spread already. At present, all the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory have been blocked. The Cave Heavens and Paradises are currently searching for this person's whereabouts." Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life via possession. That in itself was not a big deal as he would only have offended Great Thousand Bloodland. The body he possessed belonged to Ju Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland after all. It was just that he had killed many people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, including many disciples of the various Cave Heavens and Paradises. More importantly, draining a person's blood essence was an infringement of a serious taboo. That was why the cave heavens and paradises immediately took action to block the territory gates of the blood monster territory as soon as the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch was exposed. Anybody who wanted to leave the blood monster territory would have to undergo a strict inspection. They were determined to find Black Crow Divine Monarch. The cave heavens and paradises had taken an extremely aggressive approach towards this matter. The first reason was that they wanted to avenge their dead disciples, but a bigger reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was an extremely valuable source of information. If nothing else, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was enough to make anybody envious. Who would not want such an extraordinary secret art? Even if they could not cultivate that secret art, they could not let it fall into another person's hands. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief to hear the proprietress' words. If the cave heavens and paradises were taking the lead to deal with Black Crow Divine Monarch, then things were not going to be easy for that old dog. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had the sneaking suspicion that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be captured so easily. There was a high possibility that the people deployed by the cave heavens and paradises would return empty-handed. In any case, this matter was no longer related to him. Yang Kai had obtained some benefits from the blood monster cave heaven, so his top priority was to digest them as soon as possible, especially the 7th order metal element monster core. Just thinking about it made him excited. Once I refine that metal element monster core, I will only be one more step away from the open heaven realm. By the way, proprietress, do you know where the people of Lang Ya Paradise are? Yang Kai asked. The proprietress looked at him strangely. Why? Did you quarrel with the people from Lang Ya Paradise? I have a friend in Lang Ya Paradise. I want to check up on her. He had seen Jiyu Pan escaping with Zhong Ruoshi when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. It was just that he was not sure what happened after that. She replied, the people of Lang Ya Paradise left 1 day ago. If you want to find them, you will have to go to Lang Ya territory. Yang Kai was a little disappointed to hear those words. He had wanted to talk to Zhong Ruoshi some more, but it would seem that his plan was no longer feasible. In any case, the fact that Lang Ya Paradise had left had to mean that Jiyu Pan and Zhong Ruoshi had met up with the others. There was no need to worry about Zhong Ruoshi's safety with Jiyu Pan watching out for her. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4301, Old Friends Meet. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai strangely. Forget about Lang Ya Paradise for now. Tell me what happened with Yin-Yang Cave Heaven first. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai immediately thought of Chu Huashong when he heard the name, hoping she was safe as well. As such, he subconsciously asked, what happened with Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? The proprietress gritted her teeth slightly as she snapped, I'm amazed that you have the cheek to ask me. A representative came to me to propose marriage. They are asking you to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Propose marriage? Marrying into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you are joking, right? The people surrounding them also turned to look at Yang Kai in astonishment. His expression was resentful as she bit her scarlet lip lightly, looking like a wife who had been thoughtlessly abandoned. Ha, the proprietress gave a short humorless snort. I thought they were joking at first, but they're not. They even handed me a list of dowry gifts. Would you like to take a look? Yang Kai was oozing sweat like a waterfall as he shook his head. No need. I'm afraid there must be some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. The proprietress gave him a savage look, almost as though she was going to slowly shave off several pounds of flesh from his body. It's not a misunderstanding if Yin-Yang Cave Heaven is proposing marriage. I heard that you were very close with Chu Huashong in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. You even know about that. Yang Kai was tempted to ask just which loudmouthed person had told her this information. Be that as it may, this was not something that could be hidden anyway. Many people had seen him traveling with Chu Huashong before they arrived at the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As such, Yang Kai solemnly answered the question. Senior Sister Chu offered me great assistance in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I would have been killed if not for her. What happened? The proprietress' eyes narrowed at those words and a chill began lingering around her. She only heard that Yang Kai and Chu Huashong had traveled together inside the blood monster cave heaven and that their relationship looked very intimate, but she was ignorant of everything else. She had no information about how the two of them had supported each other in the face of several deadly crises. In response, Yang Kai waved his hand to push the matter aside and simply said, "In any case, I owe a life-saving grace to senior sister Chu." He was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, not because he was afraid of causing further misunderstanding, but mainly because the person trying to kill him at the time was Yin Xinjiao from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven. The supporter behind First In was a Shen Yuan Cave Heaven elder in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress learned about this matter, she would certainly stand up for him, but it would not benefit her if she burned her bridges with Shen Yuan Cave Heaven. She had protected him for so many years, so how could Yang Kai possibly cause trouble for her? As for the grudge of being hunted by Yin Xinjiao back then, he would exact his own revenge one day. The proprietress gave Yang Kai a deep look before finally sighing, "It's not that I want to speak badly of somebody behind their back. I also know the Chu Hua Shong girl. She is a good person, but she is also a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It might even be possible for her to inherit the position of sect master one day. It's not a good thing for you if she falls in love with you. Rest assured, proprietress. I will handle this matter myself." She sighed again and said, "In that case, you better take good care of yourself. We're done here. It's time for us to head back." As for those people who had not been found so far, even if something bad had happened to them, it was the result of their own choices. On the other hand, if they survived, they would naturally find a way to return to First In Thousand Birds territory or Voidland. Therefore, there was no point in lingering here further. The ship quickly turned around and headed towards one of the Blood Monster Territory's territory gates. Inside his room, Yang Kai took a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. These simple actions immediately refreshed him. Then, he checked his harvest from this trip and smiled brightly. Strictly speaking, he did not gain many things from this trip, at least nothing compared to his harvest from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Even so, he was very satisfied. The main reason was that he had obtained a 7th Order metal element monster core. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he was in no hurry to refine the monster core. Refining a 7th Order monster core would definitely take some time, so he had to wait until he returned to cultivate in retreat. Aside from the 7th Order monster core, his largest harvest was the 5 innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace. These were treasures that would make anybody jealous. I should give one of these to proprietress later. It might allow her to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress could advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, then her status and strength would be greatly improved. It would give her the capital to speak even if she stood up against Shen Yuan Cave Heaven. In addition, Yang Kai had high hopes for the cultivators from Abundant City. From the City Lord Mo Mai, Pang Duo, and the other great elders, down to Deacon Fan Wu Xin and the many ordinary residents, many of them had remained in the Emperor realm for centuries, constantly improving themselves. In his eyes, they were all seeds that could sprout into Open Heaven realm masters. As long as the blood principles restriction in their bodies were removed, they could advance into the Open Heaven realm at any time. At that point, Voidland's heritage would soar. Yang Kai himself had been targeted by various major cave heavens and paradises, so a strong sense of crisis now existed in the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, he himself had no means of advancing into the Open Heaven realm anytime soon. So, he could only think of other ways to increase the strength of Voidland. Otherwise, how would Voidland fight back if a powerful enemy were to attack one day? The 7th Order monster core, the innate Open Heaven pills, and the cultivators of Abundant City, these were Yang Kai's greatest harvests during this trip. The partial method of cultivating monster beasts, the alchemy furnace, and the various pills obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and even the fragments of the Bloodlight scripture were only incidental gains. There was no comparison with the former gains that he obtained. Naturally, there was also his wood element divine ability. Yang Kai had to take some time to properly comprehend the divine ability. At the time, the aura of the divine ability had burst out without any warning and came out of him directly. Hence, He himself was not clear how that divine ability worked. It was only natural that he had to understand his own methods, otherwise, how would he activate them again when he faced an enemy next time? That's right. Momai and the others are acquainted with the proprietress. It's time for me to let them meet. Yang Kai had not had the time to tell the proprietress about Abundant City in detail. After considering this, he immediately entered the small sealed world. When he swept his divine sense over his surroundings, he couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. He collected plenty of spirit provinces into the small sealed world back in the blood monster territory, but only the spirit province with Abundant City on it had received special treatment. Yang Kai used his authority as master of the small sealed world to seal and contain the world force of the spirit province. On the other hand, he had not bothered to do anything to the other spirit provinces. For that reason, the world force contained in those spirit provinces had already begun to merge with the small sealed world. At this moment, the world force in the small sealed world was many times denser than before. As the master of the small sealed world, Yang Kai could feel this difference very clearly. He secretly sighed to himself. Truly worthy of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. All I did was collect some broken fragments, but the small sealed world experienced such a huge leap in growth as a result. What will become of the small sealed world if I devoured the entire blood monster cave heaven? What's more, the fusion of the world force would not be completed after just a few short days. The world force in the small sealed world would only become richer and richer with the passage of time. The benefits enjoyed by the small sealed world were also extremely beneficial to him. If the idea he concocted in his head could be completed, then his strength would surely be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Focusing himself, Yang Kai came to Abundant City with a flicker. This place had been sealed by him. Consequently, the blood monster cave heaven aura had been preserved and the people of Abundant City remained safe. Momai and the others were gathered in one place, so they quickly came over to welcome Yang Kai when they noticed his arrival. After greeting each other, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, I came here to help you remove the blood principles restriction. After that, I'm going to bring you to meet some old friends." Old friends? Momai was astonished, but she quickly understood the situation. Is it Big Sister Lan? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. My independent world is incomplete and cannot accommodate open heaven realm masters, so the proprietress cannot enter this place. In that case, I can only bring you out to meet her instead. Momai revealed a look of pleasant surprise and nodded repeatedly. Good. I haven't seen Big Sister Lan for many years. I wonder how she is now. He smiled. You'll know when you see her, City Lord Mo. Yang Kai immediately began using the secret technique without further ado. Thanks to his previous experience, it was not difficult for him. It was just that every time he cast the secret technique, some of his blood would be consumed in the process. Numerous seals shot out and entered Momai and the others' foreheads. Closing their eyes, they perceived their conditions and soon Momai said with a look of pleasant surprise, although there is no proof, it feels like something in my body has been freed and I feel more relaxed. I think the blood principles restriction no longer exists. Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, and the others also nodded in agreement. We'll know whether the restriction has been lifted after we test it out. Yang Kai's divine sense surged and wrapped around them. Then, he slipped out of the small sealed world. By the time Momai and the others realized what had happened, they were already standing in a room. Yang Kai watched them nervously. Although he was fairly certain that they would not suffer any backlash from the blood principles restriction, there was always a possibility. Under his careful watch, he saw that they were in perfectly fine condition. Thus, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Ya might have been despicable, but he at least did not deceive me in this matter. Where is Big Sister Lan? Momai turned to look around but did not see the proprietress. Yang Kai beckoned to them and said, "Come with me." Leading them out of the room, he came to another room on the top deck of the ship and gently knocked on the door. The proprietress' voice soon called out, "Enter." Yang Kai opened the door to see the proprietress and He sitting opposite each other at the table. They seemed to be discussing something, but their expressions stiffened in surprise when they looked up. In the next moment, the proprietress slowly got to her feet. She stared at the people behind young Kai in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Yuhi couldn't stop herself from covering her red lips with her hands as she asked in a trembling voice, "Momai?" Even though so many years had passed, the memories they had of each other had not faded. Both Yuhi and the proprietress had recognized Momai and the others as soon as they appeared. Momai's eyes reddened. She walked forward and gave an elegant bow. "Big Sister Lan, Big Sister Yuhi, we finally meet again after so many years. Have you been well?" The proprietress reached out to lift Momai up, her cherry lips moving as though she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to in the end. Her eyes reddened too. Pang Duo and the others cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Yuhi." Yuhi murmured in a daze, Why are you here? What about the blood principles restriction planted by blood monster divine monarch in your bodies?" Momai wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and explained, "It's all thanks to Sir Yang. He removed the restriction on us. That's how we broke free of the blood monster cave heaven's shackles to appear here." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4302, Please take us in. The proprietress looked at young Kai in astonishment. "You can remove the blood principles restriction from their bodies?" Young Kai replied, "Black Crow Divine Monarch obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance. I made a deal with him previously and received the necessary secret technique from him in exchange." A look of realization appeared on her face, and she nodded at him. The truth was that she had never forgotten the people in Abundance City even though so many years had passed. After all, Lan Ting Yu had made a promise to them when he was still alive. Following his death, the proprietress had wanted to fulfill this promise and thought about sending somebody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to help bring the people from Abundance City out. Unfortunately, bringing them out without removing the blood principles restriction was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's blood principles restriction was also extremely difficult to remove, hence, she was strong in will but weak in strength. She never imagined that her wish would be fulfilled by young Kai at this moment. Young Kai was certain that they had a lot to say to each other. After all, it had been centuries since they last met each other. Besides, Momai would surely want to ask about Lan Tingyu. Therefore, he did not stay for long after bringing Momai and the others to the room. Young Kai quickly left them there and returned to his room alone. Returning to the Star City in Thousand Bird territory from the Blood Monster territory would take a long time, but young Kai did not want to remain idle. His top priority was to completely remove the blood principles restriction from all the people in Abundance City. He might have sealed the spirit province containing Abundance City to prevent its world force from dissipating, but he could not guarantee how long this solution would last. If he failed to free all the people in Abundance City before time ran out, they would be met with a gruesome death. For that reason, young Kai remained inside the small sealed world over the next few days and constantly performed the blood secret technique, consuming copious amounts of blood during this process. It was fortunate that his healing abilities were extraordinary, otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere for so long. There were many people in Abundance City, therefore, young Kai decided to temporarily house them inside the small sealed world until he arrived at a safe place and could figure out his next course of action. 4 or 5 days later, young Kai was busy working in the small sealed world when he suddenly sensed somebody knocking on his door in the outside world. He asked the Abundance City cultivators who were waiting in line to wait for him, then returned to his room with a flash. Pushing the room door open, he saw Momai and the others standing outside the door. "Sir Yang." Momai bowed elegantly. Pang Duo and the others also cupped their fists in greeting. "City Lord Mo, elders, please come in." Young Kai did not know the reason they came to him, but he stepped to the side and invited them inside to talk. After they took their seats, he served them tea and finally asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Momai explained, "We came here to thank you, Sir Yang. Those of us who were born in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven lived our entire lives there. We have never left that place in our lives, and had very faint hope we ever would. It's all thanks to your life-saving grace that we can finally break free from the shackles of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and be released from the blood principles restriction inherited from our ancestors. We finally obtained our freedom." Young Kai waved his hand dismissively, You're too polite, City Lord Mo. This was a simple matter for me. If not for the jade slip he received from Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for him to bring them out. But, with the secret technique recorded within the jade slip, this matter was truly not an issue for young Kai. All it cost him was some blood and some time. Mo Mai shook her head sternly. It might be a simple matter to you, Sir Yang, however, what you did amounts to a life-saving grace for all of us in Abundance City. Such great kindness is not something Abundance City can ever hope to repay. Even now, this mistress has a request. City Lord Mo, please speak freely. I will not refuse as long as it is within my means to help. He looked her straight in the eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak. It's like this, Sir Yang. I heard from Big Sister Lan that you have a spirit province called Voidland in the 3000 worlds. It is a beautiful place with a vast area. She looked a little ashamed of herself. Even Pang Duo and the others looked apprehensive. Yang Kai nodded. Indeed. The blood monster cave heaven has been destroyed, so we have nowhere else to go. May we request that void land take us in, Sir Yang? Mo Mai asked tentatively. Pang Duo and the others sat up straight and placed their hands on their knees, looking very uneasy. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but immediately after, he was overjoyed and burst out laughing. City Lord Mo, you're far too polite. What do you mean by take you in? If you are willing to join Voidland, then there's nothing more that I could wish for. He was certain that recruiting the people from Abundance City into Voidland would be easy. After all, he had just saved all their lives and they had nowhere else to go. It was just that he had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. He never imagined that Mo Mai would take the initiative to come and discuss this matter with him. A moment later, realization struck him. The proprietress had probably helped by acting as the middleman. She knew that Voidland was desperately in need of manpower. On the other hand, Mo Mai and the others were seeds that would eventually become Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they joined Voidland, they would not be the only ones benefiting from the deal. Their affiliation would also be tremendously beneficial for Voidland. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing how readily young Kai agreed to their request, they all breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Young Kai raised a hand to stop them and smiled at them. Please don't be so uptight. In the future, we will all be one family. We can discuss the specific details once we arrive back at Voidland. They responded, we obey your orders, Sect Master. Young Kai was so elated that flowers were practically blooming in his heart. He swept his gaze over Mo Mai and the others, seeming to see them as future mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The people in front of him had experienced thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation in the Emperor Realm, so their heritage was extremely impressive. Advancing into the Open Heaven Realm would not be an issue for them. What's more, he also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. These spirit pills would dramatically improve their chances of successfully breaking through. It could almost be said that there was no risk of failure at all. Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, and Gong Yang she had condensed the fifth-order elements, while Mo Mai had condensed sixth-order element powers. And this was just a few of them. When Yang Kai helped to remove the Blood Principles restriction from the Abundant City cultivators, he noticed that there were quite a few of them who had condensed fifth-order elements. It could be said that once these people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, Voidland's strength would increase by several folds. At the time, Voidland would no longer have a severe shortage of Open Heaven Realm Masters. It would become a true second-class great force. During their conversation, the ship groaned loudly for some reason and came to an abrupt halt. A person's voice rang out a moment later. You there, stop. Lower your defenses and prepare to accept our inspection. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and frowned slightly. Many flight-type artifacts were floating around in the void ahead. Each artifact was magnificent in shape and huge in size. He could tell that they belonged to the cave heavens and paradises at a glance. More importantly, there was a large territory gate slowly rotating behind these ships. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely guessed that this matter was related to Black Crow Divine Monarch. The proprietress had mentioned that the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch coming back to life via possession had already spread everywhere. All the cave heavens and paradises were searching for his current whereabouts. For this reason, they even went so far as to seal all the territory gates in the blood monster territory to prevent him from escaping. Any cultivator or flight-type artifact that wished to leave the blood monster territory would be subjected to careful inspection, therefore, it was not strange to be stopped here. Nevertheless, the origins of Mo Mai and the others were a little special, so it would be best if they were not discovered. After considering everything, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, please hide inside the small sealed world for now. I will let you out again once we reach our destination." Mo Mai and the others had no objection to his suggestion and did not resist. Yang Kai successfully placed them back into the small sealed world, and when he was done, he moved to the deck. On the deck, the proprietress swept her beautiful eyes in Yang Kai's direction. Seeing that Mo Mai and the others were nowhere to be seen, she knew that he must have hidden them away. At this moment, everybody had gathered on the deck. 4 figures came from the opposite side and slowly fluttered down. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately felt a little sick. This couldn't be helped. He recognized 2 out of the 4 figures. They were both from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. One was Guoren Yu and the other was Yin Xinjiao's master, Chu Liu Shan. During their time inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yin Xinjiao had attempted to murder Yang Kai when he was heavily injured. It was only natural that Yang Kai did not hold a favorable impression towards Yin Xinjiao's honored master. Be that as it may, both Guoren Yu and Chu Liu Shan were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they could not be underestimated. It was not just them. The other 2 who landed on the ship were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was not difficult to understand though. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a grand event, so the masters leading the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not have weak cultivations. Those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were considered high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so there was no need for them to appear at these kinds of occasions. It was just right for 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to come. Yang Kai did not recognize the other 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, but he could be certain that one of them was from Great Battle Heaven. That was because the people of Great Battle Heaven were very recognizable in terms of the aura surrounding them and their uniforms. This 6th Order Open Heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven wore a set of golden armor and had a full-plate helmet. He also had a long sword at his waist. His appearance was similar to a great general who just returned from battle. It was a glorious sight. Yang Kai did not know which great force the 4th person belonged to, but that person most likely belonged to one of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Otherwise, he would have no qualifications to stand here. "Why do I run into you wherever I go?" The proprietress looked as sick and tired as Yang Kai as she gave Guoren Yu an undisguised look of disgust. Guoren Yu chuckled. "This senior brother is relieved to see you so spirited, junior sister Lan." She coldly snorted and turned to look at the others. Then, she bowed only to the golden armor general from Great Battle Heaven, senior brother Maro. The man with the surname Maro nodded lightly and cupped his fist. "Junior sister Lan, this is routine procedure. Please forgive us. As you know, a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This person is ruthless and cruel. He killed many disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In order to prevent him from escaping the Blood Monster territory, all flight-type artifacts and people who want to leave have to undergo a strict inspection." The proprietress flicked her sleeve. "I know. Please go ahead, senior brother Maro." He immediately gave a wave of his hand. "Check carefully. Don't let any corner go uninspected." Following his orders, a bunch of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters stepped out from behind him and charged into the ship to investigate. While everybody was waiting on the deck, senior brother Maro did not spare all the people who were gathered here either. Yang Kai clearly felt a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. It probably belonged to the man surnamed Maro, however, he soon furrowed his brow tightly together. The man surnamed Maro quickly had withdrawn his divine sense after a quick inspection, but there was another divine sense that was locked onto him the whole time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4303, If the House is Crooked, the foundation must be too. Yang Kai could not figure out who the divine sense belonged to. The four people standing in front of him were all in the sixth order open heaven realm after all, so the difference in strength between them was simply too great. He vaguely guessed that the divine sense belonged to Chu Liu Shan. That was because this old man was on bad terms with the proprietress. Not to mention that there was also now a feud between Yang Kai and his disciple, Yin Xinjiao. It was not strange for him to be paying extra attention to Yang Kai at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was making guesses in his head, the fourth sixth order open heaven realm master that he did not recognize suddenly spoke up. Madam Lan, I heard that you have a little one called Yang Kai in First Inn. Which one is he? The proprietress immediately looked at that person vigilantly. Why are you looking for him? That person smiled and replied, there are some things I want to ask him. He turned his gaze to Yang Kai and continued, if my guess is correct, it should be you, right? This person probably did not know Yang Kai directly. It was just that Yang Kai's aura stood out distinctly from among the many Emperor Realm Masters here, so it was not surprising for his cover to be blown. In any case, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity either after being called out so directly. There were so many people here who knew him that it made no sense to hide anyway. Instead, he quickly responded, yes. Who are you? How can I help you? That person smiled and nodded, you might not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng. Heavenly Sword Union? I can't believe that this guy does not belong to one of the cave heavens or paradises. When Yang Kai first saw this person standing beside Guo Enyu, Chu Liu Shan, and senior brother Maro of Great Battle Heaven, he had assumed that he too was from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Only now did he realize that this person was the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Nevertheless, Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces. As the Union Master, this person was indeed qualified to stand in this place. After all, neither Guo Enyu, Chu Liu Shan, or senior brother Maro were especially powerful people in their respective sects. They could only be considered middle management at most. Knowing that this person belonged to Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai immediately recalled the few Heavenly Sword Union disciples he killed previously. Is this person here to seek justice for his disciples? That can't be it. Among those who witnessed me killing them were Chu Hua Shong, Zhong Ruo Shi, and that Lang Wei Paradise disciple called Du Shu. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples had brought death upon themselves by persistently chasing and trying to kill Zhong Ruo Shi and Du Shu. Chu Hua Shong and Zhong Ruo Shi would never expose this matter to the public. Could it have been Du Shu? Sure enough, the smile on Kong Feng's face suddenly faded and he said, I heard you killed some of the outstanding disciples belonging to my union. Yang Kai was furious. As I thought, it was that little bastard Du Shu who leaked the news. Otherwise, there's no reason for Kong Feng to know about this matter. I should have killed him. It was bad enough that Du Shu had focused on running away alone without any regard for the safety of his fellow junior sister when they were in danger. However, it could also be said that Yang Kai had saved his life. I can't believe he is repaying a life-saving favor with enmity. If I had known that he was such a despicable villain, I would never have allowed him to live at the time. Before Yang Kai could say a word, the proprietress coldly snorted, Union Master Kong, rice may be eaten at will, but some words should not be spoken casually. You claim that Yang Kai killed several of Heavenly Sword Union disciples. Where is the evidence? She was convinced that Kong Feng did not have any evidence. That was why she countered his question in this manner. To her surprise, Kong Feng answered lightly, naturally, I have the evidence. I was informed about this matter, and I believe that person is not lying. I only came here to confirm the truth. Yang Kai coldly snorted, those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were blinded by greed and were trying to oppress the weak, so I killed them. What will you do now? Kong Feng didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so hard-hearted, so he couldn't help glancing at him again. He nodded lightly and said, it's good that you admit to your actions. It saves this king from wasting more time on nonsense. Since ancient times, debts are repaid with money and murder is repaid with one's life. You killed several of Heavenly Sword Union's core disciples and caused Heavenly Sword Union to suffer huge losses, including the loss of several talented individuals who were the backbone of the future generation. Don't you think this king should avenge them? The proprietress did not move, but her aura at the peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm permeated the air and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. I dare you to try. He glanced at her and calmly replied, Madam Lan, your reputation precedes you. This Kong is aware that he is not your opponent. Besides, I have no wish to fight you. If this boy was unrelated to you, this Kong would have killed him to provide justice for my disciples. But, since you wish to protect this boy, madam, then this Kong will back down out of respect for you. As long as this boy can provide some compensation, then we can forget about this matter. What do you think, madam? She scowled fiercely, vaguely sensing that Kong Feng's intentions were not noble. Otherwise, he would not have brought up the deaths of his disciples at a time like this. It was just that she did not know what snake oil he was selling. She asked warily, what kind of compensation do you want? Yang Kai is only in the Emperor realm. What can he offer as compensation? He smilingly answered her question, you don't need to worry about that, madam. This Kong will discuss with him myself. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked, you don't have any objections to that, right? The rage in Yang Kai's heart blazed even higher. If I had enough strength, I would not be wasting time talking nonsense with him. I only killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because they were doggedly chasing Zhong Ruo Shi. Why is Kong Feng talking about justice? How ridiculous. Unfortunately, the only reason he could stand here today was thanks to the proprietress' protection. If he made things difficult, it would only drag her into this mess. Thus, he suppressed the rage in his heart and asked coldly, what do you want? Kong Feng calmly said, don't worry. What I want is definitely in your possession. Moreover, it won't harm a single hair on your head. All of a sudden, he stopped talking out loud and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai instead. I want that 7th order metal element monster beast core. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed at those words. His first reaction was to wonder how this guy knew that he had a 7th order monster beast core, let alone that it was of the metal element. However, he soon realized the truth. Kong Feng learned about the fact that Yang Kai killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because Du Shu tipped him off. On the other hand, Old Hong of Heaven's Border had witnessed Yang Kai obtaining the 7th order metal element monster beast core back then. He could also have tipped Kong Feng off about this matter. So, this is his true purpose. Yang Kai responded flatly without even thinking about it, I don't know what you're talking about. If Kong Feng had asked for anything else, there might have been room for discussion. Yang Kai was not averse to exchanging money to avoid disaster. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to hand over the 7th order metal element monster core. This matter was related to his future. If he lost the monster core in this place, he did not know when he would obtain another opportunity like this again. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, you should think carefully before you answer. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I was wondering why those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were so despicable. Now I understand. If the house is crooked, then the foundation must be too. Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and calmly said, I hope you don't regret your choice. After that, he stopped conversing via divine sense and spoke out loud instead, a 7th order monster core might be a precious treasure, but you are only in the Emperor realm. Don't you think possessing something like that is very dangerous? A 7th order monster core? Both Guo Enyu and Chu Liu Shan murmured in unison, immediately turning to look at Yang Kai. Even senior brother Maro gave Yang Kai a surprised look. It was obvious that they had been kept out of the loop earlier. A 7th order monster core was an extremely rare object. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, everything inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had flowed out as a result, but as far as they were aware, there was only one instance where somebody had killed a 7th order Earth attribute monster beast and obtained a 7th order monster core. Aside from that, there were no other known 7th order monster cores in existence. Therefore, it was unexpected to learn about another 7th order monster core here. Chu Liu Shan frowned. Brother Kong, are you saying that this brat possesses a 7th order monster core? Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and said, that's right. This boy is quite lucky. It seems he killed a 7th order metal element monster beast and obtained a metal element monster core. Guo Nu scowled. Brother Kong, how did you find out about this? And, how could he possibly have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast? Kong Feng chuckled. You don't need to be so suspicious, Brother Guo. This Kong learned about this matter from a personal source of information, but there is no doubt about the truth of this matter. I can guarantee that this boy possesses a 7th order monster core. He paused for a moment and continued with malicious intentions. I heard that this boy is very ambitious. He plans to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. He has already condensed many open heaven powers. If he refines the metal element monster core, I'm afraid it won't be long before he succeeds. Turning to Chu Liu Shan, he cupped his fist. Congratulations, Brother Chu, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will soon have another talented individual. Chu Liu Shan's expression was extremely ugly. If Yang Kai had been somebody from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing from his dreams for the next month. The problem was that Yang Kai was not from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. First In might have some involvement with Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, but they were ultimately unrelated. Besides, Lan Yu Ruo had always had a poor relationship with him. More importantly, his disciple had a life-or-death feud with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to advance into the high-rank open heaven, the future of his disciple would be disheartening. This can never be allowed to happen. Looking at Yang Kai, he spoke in a cold voice. Hand it over. Yang Kai glanced sideways at Chu Liu Shan. What the hell do you count for? What an impudent junior. Chu Liu Shan's expression darkened. The proprietress stepped forward and scolded. Brazen old dog. Chu Liu Shan was livid. Lan Yu Ruo. Guo Nu hurriedly came forward to mediate the situation. He stood between them, lest they actually got into a fight. All right. Calm down, both of you. Stop arguing. He turned to the proprietress and continued, Junior Sister Lan, you're not unaware of the boy's situation. The 7th order monster core in his possession is not a good thing for him. The proprietress coldly snorted. Why bother coming up with such high-sounding excuses when all you want is to snatch the 7th order monster core by force? Guo Nu shook his head. Junior sister, what are you saying? We don't want to snatch anything from him. If he does have the 7th order monster core, we can purchase it from him. Ask him to set a price. As long as the price is reasonable, this senior brother will not quibble about it. Snorting, she replied, let's put aside whether or not he does have a 7th order monster core in his possession. Even if he does have one, it will never belong to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, do you have a 7th order monster core? Yang Kai replied decisively, that's a groundless accusation. Chu Liu Shan coldly snorted, we'll know whether he has the item or not if we perform a check. I dare you to try. The proprietress glared at Chu Liu Shan. Chu Liu Shan calmly said, it doesn't matter who has the 7th order monster core, but it must not be in this brat's hands. This matter is very important. There is no room for negligence. Lan Yu Ruo, I advise you not to make a mistake. She was so furious that she laughed instead. This queen will happily be your opponent if you want to fight. Why are you wasting time with nonsense? Saying so, world force surged around her body. Martial Peak, Chapter 4304, Only One Left. Similarly, both the auras around Chu Liu Shan and Kong Feng fluctuated violently, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Guo Nu revealed a troubled expression. He did not want to make an enemy of the proprietress. Unfortunately, he could only side with Chu Liu Shan now that things had progressed to this point, so he sighed softly, Junior Sister Lan, why must you do this? Yang Kai's expression was extremely gloomy. If it came down to a fight, the proprietress would surely suffer a loss. Although both the proprietress and he were in the 6th order open heaven realm, they were still outnumbered. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Liu Shan and the others were also in the 6th order open heaven realm, even the 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters inspecting the ships were a formidable force that could not be ignored. It could be said that First In would definitely suffer a loss if it came down to a battle. He was not willing to let the proprietress and he suffer because of him, Thus, he sighed inwardly. It's so depressing to be weak. Even if I obtain something good, I can't keep it. Do I really have to hand over the 7th Order monster core? Yang Kai was extremely reluctant. All the cultivation resources he obtained along his journey were the results of personal effort, great opportunities, and massive amounts of luck. The wood element power came from the immortal tree he obtained in his early years, which happened naturally. He later obtained the fire element power by stealing the golden crow carcass from under the noses of a bunch of open heaven realm masters. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Next, obtaining the earth element power was a daunting experience but not dangerous. He had picked up and refined the monster core of an earth attribute true dragon. Nevertheless, it was only possible for him to find the monster core thanks to the dragon source in his body. His water element power came from the moon essence he obtained and refined in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, having to escape from Kuan Shou at that time. Lastly, he obtained the yang element power by refining the 7th Order primordial yang profound ginseng. Even that had come with quite a hefty price tag. It had taken so much effort, and he had struggled so hard just to pave the way to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. All his efforts had been for the sake of a brighter future. He wanted to set foot in a wider sky and enjoy better scenery. Obtaining the 7th Order metal element monster core this time had also been a lucky coincidence. Who could say whether he would come across another opportunity like this? What kind of dangers would he face to obtain the cultivation resources he needed again? How long would he have to wait? Once he refined the 7th Order monster core, he would only be one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How could he reconcile himself with the idea of falling short right at the last moment? But, what could he do even if he was extremely reluctant? Under the current circumstances, a huge battle was inevitable unless he brought out the 7th Order monster core. It was a given that first in would be the one to suffer if a battle broke out. The scene was tense and a battle could erupt at any time. Yang Kai swore ruthlessly to himself, even if I have to destroy the 7th Order monster core, I will never sell it to Shen Yuan Cave Heaven or allow Heavenly Sword Union to get their hands on it. At this moment, senior brother Mao, who had remained silent throughout the entire situation, suddenly said, "Boy, do you have a 7th Order monster core in your possession?" Yang Kai looked up and calmly replied, "There's no such thing." Senior Mao brother nodded lightly, "In that case, there's nothing to be done here. You may leave." After saying that, he waved them away. Everybody was dumbfounded by this turn of events and Kong Feng shouted, "Brother Mao." Senior brother Mao asked coldly, "How can I help you, brother Kong?" Kong Feng exclaimed, "This brat definitely has a 7th Order monster core in his possession. We can't let him just leave like that, otherwise, it will lead to a huge problem in the future." Senior brother Mao replied indifferently, "He claims that he does not have one. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? Do you want to snatch his space ring from him to check that?" Kong Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. "I can't do something so shameless. No matter how brazen he is, this Yang Kai is still just a junior. How can a 6th Order open heaven realm master like myself snatch his space ring in public? Even he could not act so shamelessly as it would severely tarnish his reputation and face. Otherwise, instead of trying to negotiate with Yang Kai, he would have simply stolen it from him directly. Junior sister Lan, I apologize for the commotion." Senior brother Mao cupped his fist at the proprietress, then he turned to the ship and shouted, "Are you done with the inspection? If you're done, then return immediately." The group of people who boarded the ship for inspection earlier quickly leapt down. After that, he waved his large hand, "Let them through." Nobody objected when he allowed them to pass. Chu Liu Shan and Kong Feng exchanged a glance with each other and were unhappy with the situation, but they were also unwilling to fall out with this senior brother Mao. The people from Great Battle Heaven were not to be trifled with. "Many thanks, senior brother Mao." The proprietress gave senior brother Mao an elegant bow before she drove the ship towards the territory gate. Before they left, Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard a transmission from senior brother Mao, "Take care of yourself, kid." He nodded at senior brother Mao gratefully. He knew that if not for senior brother Mao speaking up at a critical moment, things would not have been resolved so smoothly today. When the ship passed through the territory gate and vanished out of sight, Chu Liu Shan finally said, "Brother Mao, I heard that several great Battle Heaven disciples became acquainted with Yang Kai inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Senior Brother Mao glanced sideways at Chu Liu Shan and responded lightly, "You are very well informed, Brother Chu. But, if you have time to worry about great Battle Heaven disciples, why don't you spend it figuring out a method to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's whereabouts instead?" Chu Liu Shan's gaze flickered slightly. Staring in the direction of the territory gate, he gave a soft snort. At the same time, on the ship, the proprietress gave Yang Kai a strange look. "Are you acquainted with Great Battle Heaven?" Yang Kai pondered the question. "Perhaps, it's because I rescued several Great Battle Heaven disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He couldn't help thinking about Bu Lianzhong and the others. Back at the swamp filled with countless void cracks, Yang Kai had helped the trapped Bu Lianzhong and his companions to escape. It could be considered that he had saved their lives. It was just that he was separated from Bu Lianzhong and the others when they later arrived at the Blood Lake. In any case, Yang Kai had not taken such a trivial matter to heart. Rescuing Bu Lianzhong and the others was just a matter of convenience. He never imagined that his actions would return to benefit him or that Great Battle Heaven would return the favor here. The proprietress immediately understood the situation and nodded lightly. "The people of Great Battle Heaven are upright and just. Since you rescued those Great Battle Heaven disciples, it makes sense why Senior Brother Mao reciprocated the favor just now." He asked, "Young Master, did you really obtain a 7th Order monster core?" Likewise, Old Bai looked over curiously. These were people Yang Kai trusted, friends and allies, so there was no need to hide anything from them. He nodded in response, "That's right. But, it was a lucky coincidence. The monster beast was heavily injured in the first place, and I also used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress from the outset. That's how I managed to kill it." The proprietress narrowed her eyes slightly. "What elements are you missing now?" Yang Kai replied, "After refining this metal element power, then only the yin element will be left." Old Bai was shocked, only one left. It had not been long since Yang Kai came to the 3000 worlds, so it was shocking that he was going to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. Which Emperor realm cultivator would not spend decades, if not centuries, before advancing into the open heaven realm? Very few people could successfully refine the yin, yang, and the 5 elements and advance into the open heaven realm within 100 years. The main reason was that finding suitable cultivation resources took much time, energy, and money. This was true for any cultivator, including the disciples from the major cave heavens and paradises. The only exceptions were core disciples like Chu Huashong and Jiyu Pan, who were carefully nurtured by the sect and given basically unlimited resources. Be that as it may, even core disciples like them would need to spend some time refining these resources and consolidating their foundations. Therefore, it could take between several years to several decades just to refine the necessary elements. Those with poorer aptitude would take an even longer time. Soon, Old Bai became excited. TSK. You're going to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, brat. You're reaching the sky in a single step. If Yang Kai could advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, it would be no different from ascending to the heavens in one bound. Be it in terms of strength or status, there would be earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, the proprietress and he were not happy. Instead, they looked at each other worriedly. Yang Kai was already being targeted by the major cave heavens and paradises. Although it could be said that not every cave heaven and paradise was out to cause trouble for him, there would always be some. Those masters had been holding back from making a move personally because they were still concerned about their respective reputations. They did not wish to be seen as oppressing the weak. The main reason for their inaction was that they believed it would take much more time for Yang Kai to grow and develop. However, if news about the 7th Order metal element monster core spread out, some people might become desperate. Brat, you should focus on carefully refining the metal element monster core in retreat once you return. As for the yin element, I'll search for you. The proprietress sent a transmission to Yang Kai. She had warned him against taking this path in the past, but now that he was already so far down it, All she could do was support him as much as possible. She might not be able to acquire a 7th order yin element treasure, but she certainly had more connections than him. Yang Kai replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Proprietress, take a look at this and see if it will be useful for you. This jade bottle contained one of the innate open heaven pills that he obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. She took the bottle from him suspiciously, but after opening it and sweeping the contents with her divine sense, her expression changed drastically. She quickly resealed the jade bottle and glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. Where did you get this? With how knowledgeable and experienced she was, she immediately understood what this open heaven pill was, as well as its true origins. Yang Kai of course answered her honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, she returned the jade bottle to him. This is useless to me right now. You should keep it for yourself. If I ever have a need for it in the future, I will ask you for it then. She had advanced directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, so her cultivation would only reach its limit when she reached the 8th order open heaven realm. Taking this open heaven pill now was a complete waste. Nevertheless, Yang Kai understood that she was still restrained by the heart demon oath she took in the past after hearing what she said. As long as Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar remained standing, she would never be able to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Otherwise, she could have advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm even without the help of this innate open heaven pill. Sighing softly, Yang Kai put the jade bottle away before adding, in that case, please don't forget to come to me when you need it. Yang Kai also secretly made a vow. When I advance into the open heaven realm, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar to resolve her heart demon oath. Old Bai probably guessed Yang Kai's intentions, so he secretly gave him a meaningful look, one that said make sure to call me when that time comes. During his advancement into the open heaven realm, Bai Qi nearly failed because of Qin Ji of Golden Rainbow Province and Ling Chun Chiu of Boundless Altar. If Yang Kai had not given him the world source liquid at the critical moment, he would not be standing here today. This blood feud never left Bai Qi's thoughts and was something that would need to be repaid one day. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4305, Return to Voidland. In the deserted void, a ship sailed forward silently. All the people on board were consolidating their harvest from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although Yang Kai lost 5 to 6 subordinates during this trip, those who came out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive definitely had grown leaps and bounds. This experience would be of great help to their futures. In his room, Yang Kai hid in the small sealed world, helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove the Blood Principle's restriction. Time passed, and it took almost a month for Yang Kai to finish this task. While helping them to remove the Blood Principle's restriction, Yang Kai took some time to meet and speak with each of them. He found out that Abundant City had brought up quite a few talents. In addition to the several great elders like Pang Duo, there were more than 10 people who had condensed the 5th order open heaven realm elements. Deacon Fan Wu Xin, who captured him and Chu Hua Shong back to Abundant City, was one of them. Although they had not been in the Emperor realm as long as Pang Duo and the others, and had weaker foundations overall, they were still more than qualified to break through to the open heaven realm. Furthermore, plenty of other cultivators from Abundant City had condensed 4th order and 3rd order element powers. Yang Kai was extremely delighted about this. If he brought these people back to Voidland, once they broke through in the future, one could imagine a sharp increase in Voidland's strength in a very short time. However, the number of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills needed would be huge too. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to spare some time to comprehend his new wood element divine ability, but it seemed he would have to put that aside for now. It was crucial to refine more Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as soon as possible. Before leaving for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had refined some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, but there were not many, and definitely not enough for those from Abundant City. Yang Kai estimated he would need at least 500 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to barely meet the consumption of the first batch of Abundant City cultivators. For other great forces, it would certainly not be worth it to exchange a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure a single cultivator's breakthrough to the third order or fourth order open heaven realm. After all, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was essentially an extinct spirit pill. Anyone who obtained one would regard it as a treasure, leaving it for their disciple with the greatest potential. However, Yang Kai could refine this spirit pill on his own, and he possessed a large amount of world source liquid, thus, he need not be concerned in this regard. Now, his main priority was to enhance Voidland's strength within the shortest time span, giving it the capability to protect itself in this 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai kept himself busy in his room, refining spirit pills without rest. Furnace after furnace of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills appeared, with each one representing the birth of an open heaven realm master for Voidland. After refining for an unknown time, Yang Kai only realized that his job was done when all his auxiliary ingredients were consumed. He calculated the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills he had, coming up with 435 in total. Although there was still a little gap from his initial estimate of 500, it should be enough for now. Not every cultivator would need this spirit pill to break through after all. It was unnecessary to waste it on someone who was confident in breaking through. Nevertheless, for those such as Mo Mai and Pang Duo, Yang Kai had to let them take this pill to assure their breakthrough, even if they were confident. Opening the barrier of the room, Yang Kai stepped onto the deck, and looked at the scenery of the void around him. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It should not have taken them so long to return to Thousand Birds territory from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He spent 1 month helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove their blood principles restriction, and about more than a month refining spirit pills. Given that it had been about 2 to 3 months, they should have arrived at Thousand Birds territory by now. Confused, he took out his universe chart to check their position, and was dumbstruck. Young Master. Probably because of noticing Yang Kai coming out of his retreat, Yuhi hurriedly came out of her room too. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and asked puzzledly, "Why are we in void territory?" With the help of the universe chart, Yang Kai could easily tell that they were now in void territory instead of Thousand Birds territory. Yuhi explained, "Elder sister wanted to send us back to Voidland first, then they will return to first in of Thousand Birds territory." Yang Kai immediately understood what this meant. The proprietress was worried that they might encounter some kind of danger during their journey, so she decided to escort them all the way here. His heart could not help feeling a little warm. "I am going to see proprietress." He turned around and walked towards the room on the top floor. It was necessary to pay the proprietress a visit after coming out of his retreat, so Yang Kai knocked, entered the room, and had some casual conversation with her. Then, Yang Kai took out a bottle of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. "Proprietress, chef and accountant will surely be breaking through to the open heaven realm soon after returning. These heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills should be useful to them." Back then at the auction in Thousand Bird Star City, Yang Kai got the pill recipe for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Furthermore, the proprietress also learnt from old by that Yang Kai had world source liquid on him, so she was not surprised that he could hand over heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills so casually. There was no need for her to refuse as they were really useful for chef and accountant. As such, she immediately took the bottle and said, "I'll accept it with gratitude. When chef and accountant reach the open heaven realm masters, I will ask them to thank you in person." Yang Kai waved his hand, "No need, we're friends. I hope they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm as well." The proprietress nodded gently, and asked, "What are your plans after going back this time?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai answered, "No matter what, it's important to refine the metal element monster core first. After all, such a treasure could only truly belong to me after refining it." As it should be, the proprietress agreed. "After refining it, don't be in such a rush to exit retreat. Stay to consolidate your cultivation. Although you have excellent aptitude, I'm afraid that your foundation will be unstable in the future given that you refined so many high-rank materials so quickly. Fortunately, it's not too late. There is still a chance to rectify some minor flaws before condensing the yin element power." Proprietress is wise. Yang Kai accepted her advice humbly. He agreed that he should spend some time consolidating his cultivation. It was not necessarily good to progress rapidly when it came to cultivating. Although his Dao seal was incredibly firm due to the divine Dao water he had used, it would not hurt him to settle down a little and stabilize his foundation. During his adventures in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had comprehended a potent wood element divine ability, but he still lacked a water element divine ability and a yang element divine ability. When he condensed his metal element power upon returning this time, he should finish comprehending these. He had a faint feeling that if he could fully comprehend all the divine abilities of the 7 elements before advancing to become an open heaven realm master, it would be of great benefit to him during and after his breakthrough. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Yang Kai had no doubt about it. After a few days, the ship finally reached Void Land. Standing on the deck, the proprietress praised, "Grandmaster Wu Liang has extraordinary skill indeed. This grand array is magnificent. It is so profound that even I can't see through it. Run this place well. One day, it may be one of the cave heavens or paradises." During her last trip here, she brought Grandmaster Wu Liang to patch or arrange a grand array for Yang Kai. At that time, Void Land was still 7 Wonders Land, but the current atmosphere had changed dramatically compared to that time. Yang Kai grinned. "This grand array that Grandmaster Wu Liang set up is called the 9 Heavenly Layers and has 9 grand arrays linked together, including bewildering arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and trapping arrays. It's indeed powerful." Grandmaster Wu Liang had excellent skills, but Yang Kai had to give him tremendous support to create this grand array. Even though he had made a huge fortune in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had to spend the majority of it for the sake of the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. Only someone like Yang Kai would have the courage to support Grandmaster Wu Liang in arranging a spirit array like this. If it was any other second-class great force, they would not have had the financial resources necessary to support such an endeavor. Cost was also the main reason why it was so difficult for Grandmaster Wu Liang to implement his design before, even though he had conceived of it a long time ago. He had designed the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array many years ago and strongly recommended it to various great forces. However, those great forces rejected it despite their interest after hearing the price tag. It was only after he met Yang Kai that he was finally able to display his true mastery over the Tao of spirit arrays. After setting up the array, Grandmaster Wu Liang had a burst of inspiration and enlightenment and went into retreat. He estimated that his cultivation would improve after he came out of his retreat. A good spirit array. The proprietress did not hesitate to praise. "There's nothing special to see from the outside. You'll understand its true mystery only from the inside. Please enter, proprietress." Yang Kai gestured. Contrary to his expectations though, the proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going in." Yang Kai was startled. "Are you leaving now?" The proprietress nodded gently. "This trip away from First Inn has taken too long. It's not good to delay any longer. Don't forget what I told you. Cultivate well after you go back." Yang Kai was a little reluctant to send her off. Void Land and Thousand Bird Star City were not close to each other, so it was not easy to have them here. Now that they were leaving before even stepping foot into Void Land, Yang Kai somehow felt like he lost an opportunity to welcome them as a host. However, if the proprietress did not want to enter, he could not force it either. As such, he just nodded as he replied, "I'll remember. Don't worry, proprietress. I will work hard and not slack off." Leading he and the others off the ship, Yang Kai solemnly bid farewell to the proprietress and the rest. After seeing the ship, Yang Kai beckoned to the rest, "Let's go home." It was Guo Miao's first time coming to Void Land, and she could not help looking around curiously. She felt that this place was many times better than Blood Swan Continent, where she had stayed before. Although Voidland was also a second-class great force, Blood Swan Continent could not be compared with it at all. Yang Kai was the master of Voidland, so the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array naturally could not stop him from leading his people inside. The alarm activated by the grand array startled Bian Yu Qing, who immediately came to investigate, but after finding that it was Yang Kai who returned, she quickly welcomed him delightedly. "Sect Master, you've returned." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks for your hard work, second manager. Speaking of the people who followed him all these years, besides head manager Hua Ching Sai, it was second manager Bian Yu Ching who had worked the hardest. Yang Kai was a well-known arm-flinging shopkeeper, always running around all year round while pushing the administrative work onto others. When he was not home, these two women were in charge of essentially all matters in the sect. Many would feel envious of the two managers for how much authority they possessed, but these people had no idea how much effort they had put in, and how much cultivation time they had sacrificed for the sect. Back then in High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary, head manager Hua Ching Sai was there to share the burden with her, but now in Voidland, Bian Yu Ching was doing it all alone. Recalling the time when he was captured by Bian Yu Ching's subordinates when he first left the lower starfield and entered the Star Boundary, Yang Kai could not help sighing nostalgically. All kinds of memories from the past were still vivid in his mind. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4306, Expenditure and Income. In the main hall at the center of Voidland, Yang Kai sat in the head seat, while Yuhi stood behind him. Although she was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was as humble as a maidservant, standing by the side to pour tea for Yang Kai. Below, Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui sat on the left and right. Hearing of Yang Kai's return, the two of them hurriedly came to greet him. For now, Voidland was lacking Open Heaven Realm Masters, so besides Yu He, a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, there were only Lu Shui, a fifth-order Open Realm Master, Chen Tianfei, a fourth-order Open Realm Master, and Guizi Yang, a third-order Open Realm Master. These were all the Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had for now. Of course, there was also Hei He, who was restricted by the loyalty list, but Yang Kai stationed him outside the Star Boundary to ensure its safety. In addition, there was the divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Ju Yin. This woman was extraordinarily strong, and after coming out of Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary for such a long time, a good portion of her strength should have been restored, but no one knew what her true condition was at the moment. Bian Yu Ching's voice echoed in the main hall as she reported the developments and transformations of Voidland during this period of time to Yang Kai. In fact, there were not many changes. The 600,000 people who Yang Kai brought back from the Star Boundary were mostly cultivating in the retreat. All the Great Emperors and Pseudo-Great Emperors had obtained some cultivation resources and now just needed time to refine them, so there would not be many results in the short term. However, as a result, the expenses for cultivation resources had become shockingly high. Although Voidland was still quite rich, it was clear that it could not handle this rate of consumption for long. If they continued to consume without any means of replenishing, Voidland would eventually be completely drained. Signs had already started showing when Yang Kai departed, but after this period of time, the situation had become progressively worse. In conclusion, the expenditures of Voidland were overwhelming. Before Yang Kai left, he basically handed over all the cultivation resources he had to Bian Yu Ching and allowed her to distribute them. But now, after listening to the reported figures, there was really not much left, and they would most likely be exhausted soon. After reporting the spending, Bian Yu Ching continued, even taking into consideration the expenditures though, the current income is also pretty good. Yang Kai raised his brow as her statement piqued his interest. Oh? Let's hear about it. Bian Yu Ching turned to look at Chen Tianfei, and smiled faintly. Sect Master, just so you know, the biggest income in Voidland now comes from the gourd vine, which is under the care of Sir Chen. The gourd vine truly lives up to its name as a divine medicine. In essence, we can collect a full set of fifth-order yin, yang, and the 5-element materials once a month. It is truly valuable, and what makes it even more precious is that all of the materials stem from the same source. If a disciple can refine all their fifth-order materials from the gourd vine, there may be unexpected gains. Yang Kai gave a light nod. When he saw the gourd vine in the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, he already had a vague feeling that it would become a foundation to the success of any sect that obtained it. By the looks of it now, it seemed that he was right. Good work, Fatty. Yang Kai nodded at Fatty Chen Tian. Chen Tian Fei hurriedly got up. Although he replied humbly, his face was radiant, looking notably proudly. To be honest, it was a boring job to watch over the gourd vine, and the task of collecting the element treasures was not something really worth praising, but he was still glad to be noticed by Yang Kai. Although he was forced to leave his name on the loyalty list, and his fate was now Yang Kai's to control, after even a short period of time, he realized the terrifying potential Voidland had. It was many times better than Scarlet Star. Although Voidland was still in its infant stage, it would definitely have the world at its feet in time. His cultivation was not too high, but he had an exceptionally sharp vision, so he had no doubts about this. Even without the restriction of loyalty list, he would never choose to leave Voidland. This place had a broad and promising future. If he continued to stay here, he would benefit as Voidland rose. How could he find any place better than this? Not to mention, staying with Yang Kai could quickly improve his strength too. Until now, he still did not understand how Lu Shui could rapidly reach the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm after a simple trip out with Yang Kai. Initially, they were both Fourth Order Open Heaven realm masters, and he had reached that realm long before Lu Shui, but she had broken through to the next order first. Besides Lu Shui, even Guozi Yang reached the Third Order Open Heaven realm. Previously, Chen Tianfei secretly tried to gain information from Lu Shui, but her lips were tightly sealed, so he could not figure out anything. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he could win Yang Kai's trust, sooner or later he would be able to make sense of it all. Additionally, since he was now in charge of collecting the resources from the gourd vine, he believed that he must be able to have a share of the collected resources when he was promoted to the Fifth Order in the future. The Fifth Order materials were exceedingly valuable as each one cost on after 1 to 2 million open heaven pills, making a set of 7 nearly 10 million. Fatty Chen had witnessed Yang Kai's generosity towards his subordinates during this period of time, and he believed that as long as he could be promoted to the Fifth Order, he would definitely be able to obtain quite a number of gourd vine materials. With that, reaching the Sixth Order would be just a matter of time. If he left Voidland, where could he find this many resources? It could be said that Chen Tianfei had now truly pledged his loyalty to Voidland. Bian Yu Qing pressed on. However, there is a problem now. The number of disciples who can refine Fifth Order materials is limited, and a lot of the materials collected from the gourd vine may accumulate. The requirements for the Dao seal of a cultivator to refine Fifth Order elements were somewhat high, and only Bing Yun, Wen Zishan, and other top emperors could refine them safely. Therefore, although there were 600,000 people in Voidland, not many of them could refine the Fifth Order materials. Therefore, as the resources were collected monthly from the gourd vine, they would naturally begin to pile up. In contrast, Third Order and Fourth Order materials are in extremely high demand, and we are short on them. Therefore, without Sect Master's approval, this subordinate decided to exchange some Fifth Order resources from the gourd vine for the Third Order and Fourth Order materials in the Star City. If there is anything wrong about this subordinate is willing to be punished. Yang Kai beamed. How could I punish second manager for doing such a good job? I should be thanking you instead. It was a reasonable move to exchange the Fifth Order materials that could not be used for Third Order and Fourth Order materials that they lacked. Bian Yu Qing was slightly relieved when she heard him, and further reported, inside Voidland, aside from the income of the gourd vine, there are the spirit fruits collected in the various orchards. Although Wondrous Pill Great Emperor is deriving the pill recipe for Open Heaven pills, the progress has been quite slow because he is focused more on cultivating in retreat, so the accumulated spirit fruits cannot be refined into pills. Yang Kai nodded. I've solved the matter of the pill recipe and will give it to the Great Emperor later so that he can begin refining pills. Bian Yu Qing nodded and continued, that's all for the income from within Voidland. Regarding the external income, a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Yun Xinghua came to Voidland and claimed that it was Sect Master that sent him to manage Void Territory Star City. The harvest there is also not bad, and there is a fixed income every month from taxes and rent. I have asked him to exchange all the income into cultivation materials of various orders and ship them to Voidland. Yang Kai nodded. I did send Yun Xinghua over, but he is an outsider after all, so it's difficult to entrust such an important task to him. It's better to have someone in the Star City to assume proper command. Blood Swan Continent was originally Guo Miao's great force, but after Yang Kai broke through its sect defending array, he forced Yun Xinghua to leave his name on the loyalty list. There was a shortage of manpower in Voidland, so Yang Kai had ordered Yun Xinghua to lead a group of people from Bloodswan Continent to enter and manage the Star City. Although there was the loyalty list to guarantee his compliance, and Yang Kai was not afraid of Yun Xinghua betraying him, he worried that this guy would be tempted by the fortunes he made and would begin embezzling them for himself. In Yang Kai's plan, the Star City of Void Land needed to be well managed and developed, and it would not be difficult to do so. As long as he threw out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the reputation of the Star City in Void territory would soar overnight. When that happened, it would certainly attract countless people to the Star City of Void Land. The increase of population would bring the Star City to life, and by that time, even if he did not do anything, he could make a fortune just collecting taxes. For now though, Void Territory's Star City had no fame to its name and could only be regarded as a medium-sized Star City, incomparable to Thousand Bird Star City, not to mention the Star Cities in the Cave Heavens and Paradises territories. Although the Star City was making some income, it was not much, so Yang Kai was not worried about letting Yun Xinghua take charge of it for now. However, when the Star City matured in the future, Yang Kai needed to station someone trustworthy there to manage it. More importantly, that person needed to be strong enough. At that time, the Void Territory Star City would be bustling and full of all kinds of people. Without enough strength, the one in charge would not be able to maintain order and security. That person had to be at least a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, it seemed that Mo Mai was the only suitable candidate, as there was no way Yang Kai could let Yuhi take charge of the Star City, as she had to take care of Voidland itself. While thinking about it, Lu Shui got up and volunteered, "Sir, let me go to the Star City." Lu Shui was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. If she went to the Star City, Yun Xinghua would not dare to be presumptuous. After all, he had only just reached the 4th Order. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, Lu Shui. Just focus on teaching in Void Land. The people I brought here from my homeland know nothing about the outer universe and the Open Heaven Realm, so I need you to guide them." There were only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. Chen Tianfei was in charge of the Gourd Vine, while Lu Shui taught the cultivators from the Star Boundary. Almost every day, she had to solve countless questions and doubts of the disciples. It could be said that her task was tough. Even the great emperors would ask her for advice during their spare time outside of retreat. Although in the future, the achievements of Lu Shui may not be as great as those great emperors who were refining 6th Order materials, she was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now and had the experiences they needed most. At this stage, it was no problem for her to provide guidance to the great emperors. Lu Shui sat down after Yang Kai announced what she should do. Bian Yu Qing continued, "From the current situation, the income of Voidland is sufficient to cover the expenditure, and there's even some revenue left over, but it will be difficult to maintain in the long run." This was because as time passed, there would be more cultivators who condensed their own Dao seals. Once they had their Dao seals, they would need Open Heaven materials, which would put more pressure on Voidland's finances. It would be fine if there were just 1 or 2 of them. The problem was that there were 600,000 people in Voidland. Hearing that, Yang Kai asked, "Does Second Manager have a solution?" Bian Yu Qing proposed, "Other than increasing the income of Voidland, I think we can let the disciples go out for training to find resources for themselves. Voidland can support them for the time being, but not for a lifetime." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4307, Future Plans. Yang Kai kept silent. Bian Yu Qing added, "It's an honor that Sect Master showed such generosity and care to the disciples. It's truly a blessing for them to belong to a sect like Voidland. But if they don't contribute, they won't appreciate their gains. Furthermore, while it's safe for them to stay in Voidland, if they don't go out for training, how can they fight alongside Sect Master in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Flowers raised in the greenhouse will not be able to withstand wind and storms. Back then, when Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, caused disaster in the Star Boundary, everyone from High Heaven Palace participated in the battle. There were many casualties, but the ones who survived grew by leaps and bounds." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Second Manager says is reasonable. He certainly understood this. When he went to Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time, He also agreed to let Lang Qingshan and the others move separately for training, because he knew that he could not always keep them under his wings. Similarly, he could not protect the 600,000 elites that he had brought back from the star boundary forever. They needed to grow and gain experiences of their own. Since second manager proposed this, do you have a specific plan? Yang Kai questioned. Bian Yuqing answered, this subordinate does have an idea. As for whether it will work, I'll need sect master to decide. Yang Kai gestured her to speak. Bian Yuqing suggested eloquently, the 600,000 cultivators who came back from the star boundary have different strengths. There are the strong ones like the great emperors, who have long condensed their own Dao seals, and are now refining sixth-order materials. As for the weaker cultivators, some of their cultivations have not reached the Dao Source realm or even the Origin King realm. It's too dangerous for such cultivators to travel the 3,000 worlds. Allowing them to leave would be the same as killing them. Therefore, this subordinate was thinking of letting them travel to the universe worlds within Void Territory first. Yang Kai roughly knew about the situation of Void Territory. Originally, other than 7 Wonders Land, which was a second-class Great Force, there were 7 third-class Great Forces, and more than a dozen universe worlds. When Yang Kai occupied Voidland back then, the masters of these third-class Great Forces and universe worlds paid him a visit. Since Yang Kai had become the ruler of Void Territory, these subordinate forces and universe worlds naturally had to pay him proper respect. There are many places to seek both training and opportunity in those universe worlds. If the disciples go there, not only can it temper their minds and bodies, but it will also let them learn the difficulty of obtaining resources. Yang Kai nodded at her suggestion. This plan seems feasible. Seeing him approve, Bian Yuqing added, in addition, this subordinate feels that Voidland can follow the contribution system set up by other sects, and the prices of all kinds of cultivation resources should be clearly stated. If the disciples want to get the resources they need, they can exchange with their own contribution points. Of course, the disciples can get them by completing missions assigned by the sect too, or turning in the contribution points that they obtained through their training. Yang Kai had experienced the system of contribution points many times in the past, and such a system existed in High Heaven Palace as well. This system was used by many sects with different names, but they were all similar. Up to now, there were many great forces in the 3,000 worlds practicing the same system. The fact that the contribution point system was used by many sects proved that it was helpful to their development. Yang Kai beamed, with the help of second manager, how can Voidland not be prosperous? Bian Yuqing blushed slightly. Many thanks, sect master, for your high praise. This subordinate only adopted this idea from others. Yang Kai waved his hand. Whether it's from others or not, I'm relieved to have second managers overseeing Voidland. Just proceed as you mentioned. Bian Yuqing quickly bowed. Yes. After a pause, she continued, Sect Master, this subordinate has another request. Name it. After organizing her thoughts, Bian Yuqing remarked, although this subordinate has been following Sect Master for many years, my personal cultivation is too low for my current position. I was able to assist head manager in High Heaven Palace before, but now, it's really overwhelming for me to support the operation of Voidland all alone. Sect Master, you are always away, and the great emperors are all in retreat. If Voidland encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me alone to make decisions. I request Sect Master set up an Elder Council. If there is any problem, the Elder Council can discuss and act together. There were Sect Masters, Protectors, Elders, Deacons, and so on in many other positions in normal sects. Although Voidland had quite a number of people, other than having Yang Kai as the Sect Master, Bian Yuqing was the only other one who had a specific status, which was manager. Meanwhile, the rest were just ordinary disciples who had not been given any position yet. It was not because Yang Kai forgot about this matter, but simply that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was far too limited, so it was hard to even appoint people to such positions. Bian Yuqing proposed this not only for the development of Voidland, but also to avert suspicion. After all, if she had all the power, it would inevitably cause some dissatisfaction among others. Of course, the main reason was that she truly needed help with the hectic workload. Does second manager have any suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yu Qing replied, "This subordinate has received a lot of help from Sir Chen and Madame Lu these days, and I ask for their advice at times. They have experience in management and have good cultivation. As such, this subordinate feels that we can allow them to join the Elder Council first, and be the first batch of the elders of our Void Land." Chen Tianfei was originally one of the managers of Scarlet Star. Back then, when Zhao Baichuan was in retreat all year round to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Chen Tianfei was in charge of Scarlet Star, while Lu Shui was a manager from Sword Pavilion with numerous subordinates under her. Because of this, they both had experience in managerial positions. Hearing Bian Yu Qing's words, Fatty Chen, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly straightened his back, sat upright and looked in front of him steadily, while Lu Shui just remained indifferent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Second manager is right. Fatty Chen, Lu Shui. The two quickly got up, stood side by side, and cupped their fists. Sect Master. You two will establish an Elder Council with second manager to jointly manage Void Land. If there are any difficult decisions to be made, the three of you can discuss it among yourselves and follow a majority rule for the final decision. Yes. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui responded in unison. Fatty Chen did not forget to bootlick. This subordinate assures Sect Master that he will do his best to assist second manager and develop Voidland without slacking off. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked them to sit down again. He next took out several space rings and pushed them over to Bian Yu Qing. Bian Yu Qing wondered, "These are..." Yang Kai explained, "These are the cultivation resources I obtained during my trip. You should keep them and distribute them according to the situation. As for the open heaven pills, keep some of them in reserve if you can and take the rest to the Star City to purchase more resources." Bian Yu Qing accepted the order before scanning the rings with her divine sense, and exclaiming, "So much." Yang Kai literally spent billions of open heaven pills on his way to First in Thousand Birds territory to buy the third order and fourth order materials. Just when he spent almost all his open heaven pills, he obtained another one. 25 billion open heaven pills in the Azura arena, all of which he spent wildly on purchasing items at the following auction and exchange meet. If he had not paid a large number of resources and pills to win the 7th Order Primordial Young Profound Ginseng, there would be even more resources in the rings. Bian Yu Qing let out a sigh of relief. With these things, Void Land can still maintain itself for another 5 years without issue. Yang Kai coughed gently into his fist. "I'm afraid it won't last that long." "Why?" Bian Yu Qing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai disclosed, "Because Void Land will have a new batch of members joining, and their demand for cultivation resources will certainly be much more than the current disciples from the star boundary." After saying so, he waved his hand, releasing Mo Mai, Pang Duo, and the other elders from Abundance City. Mo Mai and the others were stunned for a moment but then hurriedly saluted when they finally comprehended the situation. "Sect Master." Bian Yu Qing looked at Mo Mai and the others curiously, and asked, "Sect Master, these are..." Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei looked confused too. Yang Kai introduced everyone and briefly explained the background of Mo Mai and the others. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei were dumbstruck, for they did not expect Yang Kai to even bring back so many native cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, they could sense that Mo Mai had condensed 6th Order element powers. Although Pang Duo and the rest looked a bit old to still be Emperor Realm cultivators, they permeated stable and powerful 5th Order element auras. Once they advanced to the Open Heaven realm, they would be in the 5th Order. "Second Manager, please settle the people of Abundance City down carefully. They will all be our Voidlands disciples in the future," Yang Kai ordered. Bian Yu Qing was delighted. "Don't worry, Sect Master. This subordinate will make proper arrangements for them." What Voidland lacked now more than anything was Open Heaven Realm Masters. These people in front of her were all seeds of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once they broke through, there would be a sharp increase in Voidland's strength. How could Bian Yu Qing not be happy? However, after a moment of excitement, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai meant. There were not many cultivators from Abundance City, only 3,000 or 4,000. Nevertheless, their needs would only be greater than the 600,000 disciples from the star boundary. Although there were a large number of people from the star boundary too, their cultivations were quite uneven and the vast majority had not even condensed their Tao seals, so they needed far fewer resources. However, the cultivators of Abundance City were different. Many people had begun to condense open heaven powers, which was exactly the time when they were extremely eager for the materials of various orders. Although Yang Kai brought back a massive amount of cultivation resources from his trip, they would not last long if so many people had to use them. But overall, it was worth celebrating. Bian Yu Qing could even foresee the scene of the tremendous birth of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Yang Kai turned to look at the several people from Abundance City, and asked, "Mo Mai, how many people from Abundance City can break through to the Open Heaven Realm right away?" Mo Mai immediately replied without a second thought, "Besides this mistress and the 4 great elders, there are 4 deacons, who have condensed 5th order elements. Below the 5th order, there are at least 300 who can break through to the Open Heaven Realm at any time. However, we have just left Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so we must first become familiar with the outside world before proceeding." "As you should." Yang Kai nodded before taking out a ring. "Here are some spirit pills. Take them and distribute them to those who can break through. Take one before they attempt to break through, as it will ensure that they can successfully ascend." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4308, Let Me Check. Mo Mai accepted and happily thanked Yang Kai. To the side, Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Sect Master, what spirit pills are these?" Mo Mai and the others had lived in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for a long time, so they did not know anything about the outside world and had never been in contact with the Open Heaven Realm before. Therefore, how would they know the hardships and dangers of breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm? After a cultivator condensed their Tao seal, they had to work hard to collect all kinds of materials to refine. Even after they gathered the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, they may not have the courage to proceed to attempt to break through. After all, their soul was at risk of being extinguished upon failure. This was why there were countless half-step Open Heaven Realm Masters throughout the 3,000 worlds. Some were limited by their financial resources and could not gather sufficient cultivation materials, while some lacked confidence in themselves or had problems with their cultivation and dared not attempt to break through. It was for this reason that there were numerous second-order and third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as well as many even in the first order. Not because these people did not have dreams to pursue, but because the lower the order one attempted to break through to directly, the lower the impact on themselves would be. Likewise, the lower the risk they would need to take. The risk of advancing to the Open Heaven Realm was well known, but there was no way to avoid it, and auxiliary aids or spirit pills that could increase the chances of success had all but vanished over the ages. Although Mo Mai did not fully understand how miraculous the spirit pills Yang Kai handed to her were, how could Fatty Chen and Lu Shui not know? "Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills." Yang Kai answered casually. Chen Tianfei replied with a cracked voice, "Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill?" As in, the legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills that have long gone extinct. Even Lu Shui had her beautiful eyes widen as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "They're not extinct anymore. I won the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill during my trip to the Thousand Birds Territory Star City in an auction. These spirit pills were refined by me." Chen Tianfei was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shui, who had been indifferent throughout the whole meeting, could not help covering her red lips with her hands as she gasped. Seeing their reactions, Mo Mai and the others finally realized the value of the spirit pills in their hands. Although they had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, it did not mean that they lacked common sense. Earlier, when Yang Kai passed her the ring, she scanned it casually and found hundreds of spirit pills inside. She thought that these spirit pills were ordinary things that could be easily found everywhere, but now, she learnt how rare they were. Tentatively looking at Chen Tianfei, Mo Mai asked, "Elder Chen, is this Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill very precious?" Chen Tianfei gulped and started to explain with difficulty, "It's more than just precious. It's a treasure that one can essentially never find. It's said that this spirit pill can stabilize one's Tao seal during their breakthrough to the Open Heaven Realm, greatly improving their chances of success. Moreover, It is rumored that taking it during one's breakthrough can help a cultivator experience the birth of a new world, which harmonizes perfectly with the grand Tao of the splitting heaven and earth apart. Then, he continued with a solemn tone, "Junior Sister Mo, let's put it this way. If a cultivator has gathered sixth-order element powers like you, but their Tao seal is not firm enough to support their breakthrough, they are likely to fail and die if they insist on it. But with such a pill, their chances of succeeding increase dramatically. In other words, each of these spirit pills can guarantee the successful breakthrough of a sixth-order open heaven realm master." After hearing what Chen Tianfei said, Momai and the others finally understood the value of these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Although it seemed to only be a spirit pill, it actually represented a powerful open heaven realm master. Chen Tianfei continued, "If you put such a spirit pill up for auction, it would be worth at least 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and that is the absolute lowest price possible. Yen, you may not know what 10 million open heaven pills means. In the 3000 worlds, the value of a sixth-order material is generally 15 million. Momai's hand, which was holding the ring, started trembling. Each of these spirit pills were worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and there were some 300 of them in the ring Yang Kai gave to her. Didn't that mean this single ring was worth billions of open heaven pills? They had no idea about the value of an open heaven pill, but they did understand the value of a sixth-order material as they had only obtained a handful of them even after centuries of accumulation. "Sect Master, these spirit pills are too valuable." Momai hurriedly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and grinned. "What Elder Chen just said is not wrong. A single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is worth a fortune, but that is only under the circumstances that they cannot be found. Previously at the auction, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its recipe was indeed high, costing Yang Kai a great fortune just to win them. If a large number of these things were available in the world, their value would naturally reduce greatly. What our Voidland lacks now are open heaven realm masters, so you don't have to feel pressured about these pills. I can refine them myself, so I can always make more when they are used up. What you have to do is to assist the people of Abundance City to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible." Despite Yang Kai's words, everyone knew that the value of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills would not drop much even if a large quantity of them became available on the market. No cultivator could be absolutely certain that their breakthrough to the open heaven realm would succeed, so as long as they had enough money, anyone would definitely be willing to buy one as insurance. Before Momai could say any more, Yang Kai stopped her. "This has already been settled. You don't need to think too much. Just use these spirit pills when you should." Realizing Yang Kai's decision was firm, Momai grasped the ring in her hand and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Sect Master." "Good, that's all for today. Second Manager, please help those from Abundance City settle in." Bian Yu Qing received the order and the group followed Yang Kai out of the main hall. After Yang Kai released all of the cultivators of Abundance City from the small sealed world, Bian Yu Qing led them away. Yang Kai dismissed Yu He and then returned to his residence with his hands folded behind his back. Knowing that he was heading to see his wives, Yu He did not bother to follow him. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui still remained in main hall with somewhat complicated feelings. After a long time, Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. "If I had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the past, I would have been confident in attempting to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm. He chose to break through to the fourth-order open heaven realm due to limitations in his aptitude, but if he had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure his breakthrough, he would stand a chance to directly advance to the fifth order. Although there was only one order difference between the fourth order and fifth order, the difference in upper limits was immense. The highest limit a fourth-order open heaven realm master could achieve was the sixth order, which was still in the mid-rank, but a fifth-order open heaven realm master could attempt to reach the seventh order, which was the high rank. Lu Shui remained silent. She had always been quiet, but she could also understand Chen Tianfei's feelings right now. If she did not obtain a mid-rank world fruit from Yang Kai due to unforeseen circumstances, how could she have the power and achievements she had today? Our sect master is not a simple man. The future of Voidland is really worth anticipating. Chen Tianfei sighed. Although he did not have as much authority as he did back in Scarlet Star, he was still proud to be in a sect with such high prospect. What could he do even if he wielded power in Scarlet Star? Scarlet Star would forever be a small place that could never stand out in the one-star city where it was situated, while Voidland had unlimited potential and would one day rise to become an existence on par with the Cave Heavens or Paradise. By that time, Chen Tianfei would also be famous. When Yang Kai returned to his residence and pushed the door open, he saw Yu Meng, Su Yang, Xia Ningqiang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yarrow standing side by side, with Yu Meng in the lead. They had obviously heard the news of Yang Kai's return, so they had decided to wait here. As soon as they saw him, happiness covered their faces. Under the lead of Yu Meng, they all saluted and greeted in unison. "Husband, many thanks for your hard work." Yu Meng smiled sweetly, Xia Ningqiang and Ji Yarrow blushed, Shui Yu grinned, while Su Yang lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling from both sides of her ears and resting on her ample peaks. Yang Kai stared at all of them, stunned. Yu Meng's face remained unchanged, but the rest flushed increasingly red. It was mainly because they had never done something like this before. They were still in retreat previously, but were summoned out one by Yu Meng. They still had not gotten used to the situation where they all gathered together to welcome their man back. With a bang, Yang Kai closed the door again and left the room. Standing at the door, Yang Kai touched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a long time. He secretly thought to himself that he did not do anything out of line in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although that enchantress kept trying to seduce him, he righteously rejected her and did not display any inappropriate behavior towards her. Thinking so, he calmed down and put a smile on his face before pushing the door open again. "Husband, why did you do that?" Yu Meng asked puzzledly. Yang Kai hurriedly answered, "I can't help but be in such bliss when I see my wives welcome me like this, together. It took me by surprise. I forgot how to behave myself for a while. Please forgive me." Yu Meng looked at him suspiciously. "Really? Why do you seem to look a little guilty?" Cold sweat drenched Yang Kai's back as he smiled. "Yu Meng, why would you say something so ridiculous? I wasn't unfaithful to you all, so why would I feel guilty?" "Heh." Yu Meng grinned. This mistress never accused husband of being unfaithful, so why is husband in such a hurry to explain himself? Am I? Yang Kai frowned. "Nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. I'm afraid Yu Meng has misunderstood me. I haven't seen you all for too long, and I miss all of you very much." "Oh, Ningqiang, have you condensed your Dao seal?" Little senior sister nodded innocently. I have condensed my Dao seal. Not just me, but everyone has condensed their Dao seal already. However, elder sister Yu Meng said that we should only start cultivating after you come back, so we haven't condensed any elements yet." Yang Kai nodded. Yu Meng is right, it is exactly as she says. Come, let me check everyone's Dao seal." After declaring so, he spread his arms open and grabbed all the women together without hesitation, pushing them towards the bedroom. Su Yang, Ji Yarrow, and Shui Yu all exchanged looks, their faces flushed an even deeper red than before. They naturally knew what kind of checking he wanted to perform on them. However, little senior sister in all her innocence still had no idea that she was being led into the wolf's den, so she continued to boast proudly, "We asked senior Zhu Juyin to check us once before. She said that we can condense fifth-order elements without a problem, and we can directly advance to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the future." Yang Kai kept nodding. Since Zhu Juyin said so, it should be right. However, in the end, she is a divine spirit, different from us humans. There could be errors in her judgment, so I still need to check each of you thoroughly. "Is that so?" Xia Ningqiang thought about it for a while, and nodded. "It seems like what junior brother said is reasonable." Yu Meng sneered. "Then Ningqiang, you can be the first one he checks, later." Xia Ningqiang replied. Junior brother, what are you?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4309, You're Not Dead Yet? The ladies, whether it was Su Yang, Xia Ningqiang, Shui Yu or Ji Yarrow, had good aptitudes, otherwise, they would not have been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in such a short time while still in the star boundary. especially Su Yang, who bore the ancestral ice phoenix source and possessed the ice crystal jade body. She had the most outstanding aptitude among all of them. Their time spent on cultivation was not a lot, but there were never insufficient resources when they were in the star boundary, allowing them to build upon solid foundations. They were restricted by the world bottle of the star boundary and could not be recognized by the world's will, so they could not condense their own Dao seal. Nevertheless, it was no longer the case when they leapt out of the star boundary and entered the outer universe. Here, it became a simple matter for them to condense their Dao seals. Due to their firm foundations, their Dao seals were also extremely stable. Zhu Juyin was right. It would not be a problem for them to refine fifth-order elements. As for Yu Meng, she was the demon saint of the demon race, so she already had her own Dao seal and had begun to refine sixth-order materials like the great emperors. Yang Kai would be pleased enough if the common disciples in Voidland could refine fifth-order materials, but since they were his wives, he definitely wanted the absolute best for them. As such, he took out the remaining divine Dao water and distributed it to them. It was given to him by Zhu Juyin in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhu Juyin had lived in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for many years and possessed a lot of valuable treasures. As a divine spirit though, the divine Dao water was completely useless to her, so she generously gave it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had used some for himself and traded a couple of drops away, but there was still about half of it left. Even though each one of them could only obtain 3 or 4 drops now, it was enough to further stabilize their Dao seals. One must first sharpen his axe before chopping wood. Ever since Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had realized the importance of a Dao seal to cultivators. It could be said that the future achievements of a cultivator, and even one's chances of successfully entering the open heaven realm were tied directly to their Dao seal. The firmer the Dao seal, the higher the order of elements they could condense, while the chances of failure during the final breakthrough would be smaller too. Yang Kai and Yu Meng stood guard, while the others entered retreat to refine the divine Dao water. Does husband want them to condense sixth-order elements? Yu Meng guessed Yang Kai's plan and secretly asked via divine sense. At the moment, her clothes are a little untidy, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed, giving her an extremely seductive air. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and played with it softly as he whispered, "Entering the open heaven realm is not the end of the martial Dao. The difference between just one order is enormous, so if they can have a higher starting point, it will save them many years of cultivation and also allow them to have a more promising future. So, I'll try to provide them with the best possible starting point." Yu Meng nodded lightly. With a slight tilt, she fell into Yang Kai's arms, gently stroked the stubble on his chin, and stated in distress, "My husband has been running around all over the world these past few years. It must have been difficult." Although it was her first time hearing about the divine Dao water and she had never seen it before, how could anything that could improve a cultivator's Dao seal be common? It was definitely a treasure that most cultivators could only dream of. Everyone wanted such a treasure, so to obtain it, Yang Kai must have gone through plenty of hardships and only succeeded after much hard work. Yang Kai lowered his head, traced his finger over her ruby-red lips, and asked with a playful smile, "Indeed. How do you intend to compensate your hard-working husband, Yu Meng?" Yu Meng glanced up at him shyly. "They are refining the divine Dao water. Don't make trouble. It's bad to disturb them." After a pause, she continued, "It's not often that you return home. When they're done, you should go and see Luo'er." Yang Kai nodded. "How has Luo'er been doing recently?" His wives were all here, except for Shanqing Luo. He could not help it, because when he brought her to Void Land from the star boundary, Zhu Juyin instantly felt a familial aura from Shanqing Luo and immediately took her away. Yang Kai could not stop this, and did not intend to either. After all, this was a good opportunity for Shanqing Luo too, and Yang Kai believed that with Zhu Juyin's teaching, Shanqing Luo would definitely have great achievements in the future. Yu Meng answered, "I don't know. Luo'er has been following senior Zhu Juyin, and hasn't shown up lately. However, I heard from Su Yang that when they met Luo'er last time, she looked well." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll make time to see Zhu Juyin then." The several women did not take too long, only about 3 days to refine the divine Dao water. They opened their eyes one after another, and Yang Kai checked their Dao seals one by one. After confirming that their Dao seals were indeed stable enough to support sixth-order elements, he was relieved. If he did not have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill with him, he may not be bold enough to encourage his wives to condense sixth-order powers. After all, having the capability to condense such element powers was completely different from having the courage to do so. The risks of breaking through directly to the sixth order rather than the fifth order open heaven realm were orders of magnitude different. However, Yang Kai did have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, which could secure their breakthrough in the future. After ordering them to find Bian Yu Qing to request sixth order materials, Yang Kai departed to Zhu Juyin's residence. Other than meeting Shan Qing Luo, he also wanted to know how much of Zhu Juyin's strength had been restored. She was a divine spirit born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After escaping the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had to adapt to the world principles of the 3,000 worlds in order to regain her peak strength. It had been several years since she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so in theory, she should have fully recovered. Zhu Juyin lived in the grandest palace complex which occupied an entire spirit peak. There were no outsiders here, only her and Shan Qing Luo. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain, climbed the stairs, and soon reached in front of the palace. He adjusted his clothes as he cleared his throat before cupping his fist. "Senior, Junior Yang Kai is here to visit you." The sound echoed back and forth through the mountain peaks. Zhu Juyin's voice immediately reached Yang Kai's ear. "Brat, you're not dead yet?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Why did you say so, Senior? You are my protector. Why do you wish for me to die?" Zhu Juyin snorted coldly. "It's true that I'm your protector, but I can only keep you safe in this small place. Since you like to wander around, what does it have to do to me if you get yourself killed outside?" In fact, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die in a ditch somewhere outside. If he did, she did not have to guard this place anymore, and could go wherever she pleased with Shan Qing Luo. Yang Kai was annoyed, and if not for the vast gap in their strength, he would have charged inside to teach her a lesson. Forcing down his grievances, he swiftly changed the subject. "Senior, please show yourself." Zhu Juyin snorted. "Just say what you want to say and don't waste our time. This queen is really busy and doesn't have the attention to spare to see you." Yang Kai wanted to ask her what she was busy with, but on second thought, since Shan Qing Luo was with her, she probably was doing something related to Shan Qing Luo. Irritated but still willing to compromise, Yang Kai simply asked, "Since Senior has been away from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for a few years, may this junior ask how much of your strength had been restored? Do you need any assistance from me?" Zhu Juyin sneered. "How can you help me? I don't need your help. If there's nothing else, go back and don't bother this queen." Yang Kai ground his teeth. He really wanted to grab this woman out and bite her. He proceeded with a low voice. "It's fine if Senior doesn't want to show herself, but I want to see Luoa. Luoa is busy too. She's not free. Shoo shoo, go away." Yang Kai widened his eyes and burst out, "Senior, this is my void land. Not to mention, I am the master here, Luoa is my wife. I just want to see her. Why won't you allow me? Bite me." Zhu Juyin sneered. "I really do want to bite you to death." Anger filled Yang Kai's heart, so he steeled himself and strode forward. "I was being polite just now for the sake of respect. Do you really think I have to look at your face? Do you think you can stop me from coming in?" Just as he took one step forward though, a force traveled through the air and smacked him in the face. Yang Kai lost his balance and literally rolled down the mountain. By the time he got up again, he was already at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai looked up at the top of the mountain with clenched jaws. "Zhu Juyin, you crazy woman. Brat, if you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your void land? This place is not as simple as it appears." The voice of Zhu Juyin resounded around his ears. "Not as simple as it appears?" Yang Kai was stunned. What's not simple about it? He shouted loudly a few times, but there was no response from Zhu Juyin anymore. He had no idea if the woman did not hear him, or simply turned a deaf ear to him. In the midst of his anger, a rumble happened nearby. The ground trembled and it sounded like a thunderstorm. Yang Kai turned to it in shock, and saw two huge figures flying rapidly towards him from the mountain forest. When they got close, he saw sticky, slimy fluid dripping from the mouth of one of them, while the other one extended its huge head over to him, its eyes full of joy. "It's you too." Young Kai was sulking, but his mood improved a bit at the sight. These two giant creatures were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon that he brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Young Kai had fed them dragon blood pills once in a while since the time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Therefore, every time they sensed Young Kai's aura, they would run over and beg for food. Although Young Kai refined a tremendous number of dragon blood pills in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and the quality was excellent, he had been consuming them all these years, so he did not have many left. However, Young Kai had no choice but to sigh helplessly when he saw the pleading looks on these two. He took out 10 dragon blood pills, and fed them 5 each as he said, "This is the last time. You won't get it anymore." Without knowing whether they understood or not, they just swallowed the dragon blood pills one by one excitedly before circling around Young Kai cordially. It was not surprising for them to appear here, because Zhu Juyin lived here. They were all from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they were more comfortable with each other. Furthermore, Zhu Juyin would teach these two from time to time. Given their somewhat childish behavior, it was natural for them to stay here. Young Kai looked at them and found that both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were more than twice the size from the first time he saw them. The dragon auras emanating from their body were also much stronger. After all, they both had dragon clan bloodlines, though only a trace amount. Nonetheless, the dragon blood pills were extremely helpful to them and had strengthened them to a great degree. Martial Peak, Chapter 4310, Refining the Metal Element. Zhu Juyin, I will make you pay one day. Hovering in the sky of Void Land, Young Kai declared silently with his teeth gritted. Since Zhu Juyin stated that this Void Land was not as simple as it seemed, and asked him to investigate it carefully, Young Kai naturally did not dare to neglect her words. This place was the foundation of his foothold in 3,000 worlds. Not to mention, there were 600,000 people he brought from the star boundary here. If anything happened here, how could he face those that remained in the star boundary? But after checking for days, he found nothing at all. He had lived in this place for quite some time, and did not notice anything strange about it. At most, it was just a spirit province where a second-class great force stood. There was truly nothing special about it. He took Zhu Juyin's words seriously because she was a powerful divine spirit. That perhaps, she may have felt something. But now, it seemed that it was either that woman had misled him, or he was too weak to detect it. Young Kai believed that the former was more likely, which enraged him. After a few bitter grumblings, Young Kai gave up on continuing his investigation. He found second manager Bian Yu Qing, informed her that he would be in retreat for a while, and told her not to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter. Bian Yu Qing respectfully acknowledged his orders. Thus, Young Kai returned to his residence, went into the secret room and activated the various barriers. He sat cross-legged and focused his mind for 3 days before solemnly taking out the 7th-order metal element monster core. The monster core was the size of a fist, its entire mass golden, and a strong and pure metal element power surrounded it. When he probed his divine sense into it, he could clearly feel the massive energy contained within. Young Kai was delighted, but his face remained calm. It was not easy to obtain such a treasure, and it could be said that he was very lucky to have held on to it. He initially hoped to find the materials he needed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but his efforts turned out to be in vain. He had completely given up, especially when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was collapsing. However, when one door closes, a window opens. Young Kai bumped into the severely injured Golden Wolf King that happened to have devoured the monster core of Golden Gorilla King, allowing it to advance from the peak of 6th Order to the 7th Order. At that time, Young Kai still had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Part of the reason the Golden Wolf King could defeat the Golden Gorilla King and advance to the 7th Order was because of Young Kai. If he had not fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundant City back then, there would not have been a decisive battle between the two monster beasts, both at the peak of 6th Order. After all, they had fought with each other for many years, and neither had prevailed. It could be said that their strength was always on par with each other. It was precisely because Yang Kai fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundance City and greatly weakened it that the Golden Wolf King had a chance to succeed. It was all kinds of opportunistic coincidences that brought Yang Kai the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core in his hand. Now, it seemed that it was no longer necessary for him to go to Golden Antelope Paradise, where he was planning to head if he failed to obtain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he might just be able to find something he needed there. However, he didn't have to anymore. No matter how indifferent he looked, Yang Kai was still a little exhilarated in his heart, because as long as he refined this monster core, he would be just one step away from the open heaven realm. As soon as he found a suitable yin element treasure to refine, he could split heaven and earth within himself to create a small universe, directly advancing to the high-rank open heaven realm. By then, he would have the ability to protect himself in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai took a soft breath and closed his eyes. Before refining this metal element monster core, he still needed to make some preparations. Among the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, Yang Kai first condensed his wood element, then fire, then earth. However, he had not found an appropriate metal element. Fortunately, Zhu Juyin handed him the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture, allowing him to skip the metal element and condensed his water element as well as his yang element. Nonetheless, although the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture was amazing, anyone who used it had to dedicate a part of their attention to maintaining its operation. Once it was interrupted, the powers inside the Dao Seal would fall into chaos, leading to disastrous results. When refining his water element, Yang Kai spared a part of his focus on operating the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture. Similarly, Yang Kai had to spare another part of his focus when condensing his yang element power. It could be said that Yang Kai has always been in the state of multitasking on at least 3 things at the same time. It was a great load on any cultivator who did this, because multitasking on 3 things would consume a lot of one's focus. Without a powerful soul, this could not have been done, let alone fighting with others in this state. Maybe multitasking on 3 things would not be too difficult for a short time, but the problem was this circulation could not be interrupted and had to be maintained at all times. Fortunately, Yang Kai's soul was much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm, thus, he was able to maintain this state without making any mistakes. Now, since he wanted to condense the metal element power, he had to spare another part of his focus again. Divine sense surged, and his focus was divided. As the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture was operating, Yang Kai held the 7th Order monster core with both hands, surged the powers within his Dao Seal, and began absorbing the metal element power in the monster core. The metal element was renowned for its sharpness, and specialized in attacking. As such, the monster core's metal element power had an unparalleled sharpness to it. As soon as Yang Kai absorbed a trace of this power, he felt a stabbing pain in his physique and meridians, as if a tiny needle had poked into his body, shuttled through his physique and meridians, and pierced his Dao Seal. Yang Kai's face trembled while he endured the pain. Soon, an almost imperceptible golden aura appeared in his Dao Seal, and it began to tremble slightly. The powers of wood, fire, earth, and water seemed to become a little lively at this moment. Yang Kai did not know whether it was an illusion, but he did not have time to find out now. Since he had begun to refine the metal element power, he could not give up halfway, and constantly utilized his Dao Seal, absorbing the energy of the monster core in his hand. As time passed, Yang Kai felt as though countless fine needles were drilling into his body, as if thousands of ants were eating his physique, and he had to endure the unbearable pain the whole time. However, the golden aura in his Dao Seal was gradually growing stronger. With the increase of the metal element power, the rest of the 5 element powers became more and more active in his Dao Seal. Even the vibration of his Dao Seal became more and more apparent. The 5 elements were a complete cycle that brought about unity. The process of advancing to the open heaven realm was to integrate this unity into their Dao Seal. Before, the 5 element powers in Yang Kai's body were incomplete and could not harmonize with each other properly, so they had to act on their own. But now, Yang Kai has refined the metal element power, and finally gathered all of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were gradually integrated with each other in an infinite loop, connecting to each other in an endless and wondrous cycle. The Tao seal vibrated more and more, and its light flickered constantly. With the refining of the metal element power, Yang Kai's aura also became stronger and stronger. It was not easy to refine a 7th-order material, and if it were any other cultivator, they would have to be extremely careful, especially towards the metal element power, because its innate nature to attack and kill was too strong. One mistake would lead to irreparable losses to their own meridians and Tao seal, possibly even death. Therefore, the time required for refining would naturally be exceedingly long, ranging from 3 to 5 years to more than 10 years. Yang Kai was not worried about this though. His Tao seal was extremely firm, and among the 5 elements, he had gathered the wood, water, fire, and earth already. As such, he had great experience in condensing this kind of high-rank power. He refined rapidly, and the aura of the metal element monster core in his hand disappeared at a visible speed. On the contrary, the golden light in Yang Kai's Tao seal gradually expanded. At a certain moment, when the last bit of power within the monster core in his hand was absorbed and condensed, Yang Kai felt that his mind relaxed, as if a heavy burden was lifted from him. He instinctively withdrew the several parts of his split focus, which had now been spared, and stopped the operation of the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture. Although the technique was interrupted, there was no sign of disorder with the powers in his Tao seal. On the contrary, as the 5 elements in his Tao seal were complete now, the metal, wood, water, fire and earth element powers mutually reinforced and suppressed one another, forming a complete cycle. Cultivators had to condense the elements in a specific order, but the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture negated that necessity. Now that Yang Kai possessed all the 5 elements though, he naturally did not need this technique. It was a great relief for him, especially from the stress of maintaining it. Yang Kai examined himself carefully and clearly perceived the endless cycle of the 5 elements in his Tao seal. Following the cycle of the 5 elements, an inexplicable aura was released out of the Tao seal. This aura felt like a newborn world, like the prototype of world force, but at the same time not. The feeling of the complete 5 elements circulating in his own body mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other was even more amazing. Yang Kai had long experienced the world force. After all, he was the owner of the small sealed world, which was also an independent world itself and naturally had its own world force. However, the small sealed world was not his own body, and the feeling that came from his own being at this moment was completely different. A sudden realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. This was the true half-step open heaven realm. Although previously he had refined 5 elements to reach the standard of the half-step open heaven realm, due to the scattered powers in his body, he did not form an orderly cycle at all. Therefore, he had not truly stepped into the half-step open heaven realm. But now, he had finally reached the threshold of the half-step open heaven realm. If he could take another step forward, he would be in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai concentrated his mind and immersed himself in this wonderful feeling. His Tao seal constantly vibrated, and each vibration seemed to be a throb from the depths of his heart. The cycle of the 5 elements resonated with his soul, giving rise to the illusion that his Tao seal was about to evolve into a world. And he himself was the creator of this world. The feeling of dominating the world arose spontaneously, and his mood lifted a little. After condensing the metal element power, Yang Kai stood firm in the half-step open heaven realm. He could sense that his strength had increased by another leap. Even though it was not too outrageous, it was certainly different from before. More importantly, with the completion of the 5 elements, it gave him another trump card to use. Just when Yang Kai wanted to try a technique he had not used for a long time, a soft noise suddenly came out from within himself. Yang Kai was slightly stunned, unable to react to what had happened. When the soft noise resounded for the second time, Yang Kai hurriedly examined its source and his face turned deathly pale. Martial Peak, Chapter 4311, 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters. A crack had appeared in his Tao seal. Yang Kai was beyond startled, his face turning green from shock. After reaching the peak of the Emperor realm, the Dao Seal became the foundation of a cultivator. It was where their grand Dao was stored, the product of a cultivator's lifetime of hard work. If something went wrong with their Dao Seal, it would be the end of the cultivator. Yang Kai never thought there would be a problem with his Dao Seal, because it was extremely firm and robust, especially with the nourishment of the divine Dao water. But the most unlikely thing happened, and it happened so abruptly. Yang Kai drew a deep breath and held it for a long while, focusing his divine sense closely on his Dao Seal. A small crack had indeed appeared in his Dao Seal, but he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt light and refreshed. What's happening? After waiting for a long while, the movement from his Dao Seal gradually stopped. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the powers in his Dao Seal, but instead of any hindrance, they flowed smoother than ever. Still, the tiny crack was real, and there was no sign of it healing. Yang Kai was baffled. Boldly, he raised his hand, and a wave of sword chi swirled around his fingertips, one that encompassed all 5 elements. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a secret technique that Yang Kai cultivated a long time ago. Resources of the 5 elements needed to be consumed during its cultivation, but the grade of those resources he used to do so were not very high. With the improvement of his cultivation, this secret technique lacked utility and was thus set aside. However, this secret technique was also good because of its unlimited potential. The stronger the 5 element powers used, the greater the power of the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 element powers that Yang Kai refined to reach the open heaven realm were all high rank, thus, the current sword chi he could use was on a completely different scale from before. That sword chi lingered around the secret room ceaselessly for a long time, and one could imagine how difficult it would be for the enemy to contend against it. Of course, Yang Kai was not testing out the power of this sword chi, but was instead using it to investigate his own Dao Seal. After a while, he concluded that there was really nothing wrong with his Dao Seal. Yang Kai frowned, feeling even more confused about his situation. He had no mentor to guide him throughout his cultivating journey, and had been experimenting and fumbling on his own most of the time. Right now, he was secretly worried that something had gone wrong and he was simply unable to detect it. Feeling uneasy, he opened the secret room and summoned Yuhi to ask her for some advice. After all, Yuhi was an experienced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she might know something. Unfortunately, there was no reply even after a long time. As such, Yang Kai summoned Lu Shui, but there was no response from her either. Yuhi and Lu Shui were the 2 most powerful Open Heaven Masters in Voidland currently, a 6th Order and a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master respectively, and Voidland supposedly didn't have any urgent matters going on currently, so how could they not reply to him? The only explanation was that they were not in Voidland. This made Yang Kai's heart clench tight. Did something happen to Voidland when he was in retreat? Completely abandoning the problems about his own Dao Seal, he hurried out and sent a message to Bian Yuqing. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing quickly replied. After the 2 met, Yang Kai quickly asked, "Second manager, what happened to Voidland? Why are Yuhi and Lu Shui not here?" Bian Yuqing was momentarily stunned, but then laughed lightly and reassured him, "Sect Master, don't worry, something did happen to Voidland, but it's something worth celebrating." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What is it worth celebrating?" Bian Yuqing pointed up at the sky and explained, "The people from Abundant City are breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. There are many of them, and it was an important matter, so all the Open Heaven realm masters in Voidland are standing guard outside." Oh! Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the news, and his anxiety was immediately relieved. He thought something serious might have happened when he did not receive a response from Yuhi and Lu Shui, but now he learnt that they actually left to stand guard for the people of Abundant City. Yang Kai silently calculated the time and figured he should have taken 3 months to refine the metal element monster core in retreat. It was not too long nor too short, and during this period, the people from Abundant City should have familiarized themselves with the outside world and made the necessary preparations to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Suddenly feeling excited, he quickly left after saying, "I'll go take a look too." In a flash, he opened a hole in the 9 heavenly layers grand array and left Voidland, reappearing in the void alone. The reason why the people of Abundant City chose to break through to the open heaven realm outside of Voidland was mainly that they were afraid of what damage the failure of their breakthroughs might bring to Voidland. The breakthrough to the open heaven realm did not have much requirement from the external environment. It could be done in a land rich in world energy, or in the empty void, as it was mainly dependent on one's own heritage. Yu He and the others were naturally there too. Outside of Voidland, Yu He, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and even Guozi Yang were standing by, spread out to the four corners of a huge space in the void where Mo Mai, Pang Duo, and several the others sat cross-legged, separated from each other by more than 10 kilometers, each of them permeating vigorous auras. There were not many of them, only 9. Besides City Lord Mo Mai, Pang Duo, and the other 4 great elders, the remaining 4 were deacons who had condensed fifth-order elements. Beyond that, there were many more cultivators clustered in another location. Yang Kai arrived just in time for Mo Mai and the others to break through to the open heaven realm. Without needing to approach, Yang Kai could already clearly feel world force permeating from them. He had witnessed old Bai's promotion to the open heaven realm before, but he was the only one in that situation. Now that 9 people were breaking through together, how spectacular was the scene going to be? Voidland probably would be the only place to have such a spectacle in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was impossible for other sects to find so many disciples who were all so close to open heaven realm at the same time. Yang Kai watched for a while, feeling that Mo Mai and others should have no problem with their breakthroughs, but he was still not sure, so he flickered towards Yu He. "Young master, did you exit retreat?" Yu He was pleasantly surprised to see him. She felt around slightly, sensed the metal element power element permeating from Yang Kai, and confirmed that he had successfully refined it. Yang Kai nodded as he motioned with his mouth to the people in front. "How are they doing?" Yu He replied, "Everything is going well. I'm certain it won't take more than 3 to 5 days for them to succeed." Yang Kai was delighted. "That's good." Yu He covered her mouth and giggled. "Congratulations, young master, Voidland's strength will greatly increase now." Yang Kai found what she said funny, then reached out and pinched her face. "You are also from Voidland, we should be celebrating together." After pinching her, Yang Kai froze. Although Yu He has always been obedient, he also knew the reason for it, so he had always been careful not to be too intimate with her. However, he was stunned by his own sudden action. Yu He was also dumbfounded, and the both of them stared at each other. After a while, Yang Kai cleared his throat and looked away awkwardly. "What's their condition?" There were nearly 300 people gathered there looking nervously at Mo Mai and the others, all of them likely cultivators of Abundant City. Yu He reported, "They have broken through to the open heaven realm already, young master. There are 315 new open heaven realm masters in total, including 35 fourth order, 191 third order, and 89 second order open heaven masters. This number is quite unbelievable." Yang Kai was elated when he heard this. Before now, the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland could be counted with just one hand, but the sudden rise in numbers to more than 300 of them meant that the strength of Voidland had soared. With so many open heaven realm masters, Voidland still may not be as good as some top second-class great forces, but how many years had they been established and developing for? How old was Voidland? And this was just the beginning. Not to mention that there were even more cultivators in Abundant City that were only 1 or 2 steps away from the open heaven realm. The more than 600,000 people brought from the star boundary were also all elites. Many people would definitely break through to the open heaven realm in the near future. But even if the number was not as good as other forces, Voidland was definitely not lacking in terms of quality. Of the more than 300 people who had broken through successfully, 35 of them were fourth-order open heaven masters. This ratio was terrifying, and only a special environment such as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could foster such potential, giving them the time to accumulate and break out of their shells all at once. Not to mention, there were still 9 more who were still in the process of breaking through. These 9 people, except Mo Mai, who was about to break through to the 6th-order open heaven realm, were all going to break through to the 5th-order open heaven realm. Once successful, Voidland's background would become quite terrifying. Why did Yang Kai spend so much to set up the 9 heavenly layers grand array? It was to prepare for rainy days. The strength of the people who came from the star boundary was uneven, and the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland was scarce. If anyone really decided to come looking for trouble, they may not be able to triumph against them. But with the protection of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, they at least would have a safe environment. However, he did not need to worry about that anymore, unless those cave heavens and paradises launched a major attack on them. Otherwise, there were only a few great forces in the 3,000 worlds that could compete with Voidland now. Excited, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although he had occupied Voidland that day by chance, formed a sect here, then spent a fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array, he always felt a little insecure. However, he no longer felt that way. With so many open heaven realm masters guarding Voidland now, this place had now become a true place of refuge for him. In the distance, the world force escaping from the bodies of Momai and the others became more and more apparent, giving off a vague feeling that a new world was about to be born. However, judging from their appearance, it would still take a few days before the real promotion to Open Heaven Realm took place. Yang Kai relaxed and then recalled the reason for coming out of his retreat, quickly asking in a small voice, "Yuhi, I want to ask you something." Yuhi turned her head and asked, "Feel free to ask anything, young master." Yang Kai reiterated what happened during his retreat, and Yuhi could not help getting nervous. "A crack on your Dao seal?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Common sense says that when the Dao seal is broken, even if one's cultivation is not completely destroyed, they would at least be seriously injured, but I don't feel anything is off about myself. In fact, I feel quite comfortable. Yuhi pondered for a while before asking, "Young master, will you allow me to investigate carefully?" Yang Kai nodded. I was hoping you would. The Dao seal was the root of a cultivator, so it was not something to be opened up to others casually. If the other party had any malicious intentions, he would be dead without knowing how he was killed. Nevertheless, Yuhi was trustworthy and Yang Kai was confident it was impossible for her to have any ill intentions towards him. Yuhi immediately stretched out and tapped her slender jade finger on Yang Kai's chest, surging her divine sense as she probed him carefully. After a while, Yuhi retracted her finger, a frown on her face. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked nervously. Yuhi thought carefully before replying, "I didn't notice anything wrong, but young master, your Dao seal has signs of breaking. This is something unprecedented, and what? There are signs of you advancing to the open heaven realm." Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:12, Great Peng spreads its wings and soars into the sky. Signs of breaking through to the open heaven realm? Shock surfaced on Yang Kai's face. "What do you mean?" Yuhi explained, "Young master may not be aware, but whenever a cultivator is about to break through to the open heaven realm, one's Dao seal must be broken to integrate yin, yang, and 5 elements together with one's grand Dao to form their small universe." She then pointed at Momai and the others. They are currently in that phase. Once they succeed, they can advance to the open heaven realm. If they fail, the consequences will be dire. Such a thing happens? Yang Kai was astonished. He really did not know that the Dao seal would have to be broken while advancing to the open heaven realm. He always thought that the Dao seal would accompany a cultivator for the rest of their life, but now it seemed that there was no Dao seal in those within the open heaven realm, because their Dao seal would shatter and merge into their small universe, imprinting the cultivator's grand Dao. Yang Kai then asked with a frown, "But the Dao seal is critical to a cultivator, wouldn't it cause irreparable damage to us when it shatters?" Yuhi chuckled. "What young master described is the consequences of one's Dao seal being destroyed by external forces. For example, if a certain half-step open heaven realm master was subjected to a secret technique that shattered their Dao seal, even if this person did not die, their cultivation would be completely crippled. However, when breaking through to the open heaven realm, this process is essential, otherwise, how would one integrate their own grand Dao into their small universe? This can be considered as breaking the old to build up the new. That's why the advancement to the open heaven realm has always been extremely dangerous, and one careless mistake will put all previous efforts to waste." Yang Kai had a vague idea now but was still confused. "I am still one step away from open heaven realm, but it is not easy to even take this step. So why did my Dao seal change like this? Yuhi did not understand what was going on either, so shaking her head, she replied, I cannot say, young master. Do you really not feel anything wrong? Yang Kai answered, if there was something wrong, I would notice it, but I truly don't feel anything abnormal, except for the crack in my Dao seal. Yuhi pondered for a long time before opening her mouth hesitantly. Perhaps, it has something to do with the order of the materials you have refined, young master. Throughout the ages, there have been very few cultivators capable of condensing high-rank element powers. Another might not appear for thousands of years, so no one would be able to predict what kind of abnormal situations may occur on the path of cultivation such as young masters. If even he could not give him an answer, Yang Kai did not know who else to turn to. She had the highest cultivation and was the most knowledgeable in Voidland, so it was impossible for the others to know more than she did. Although Zhu Juyin was a divine spirit and certainly stronger than Yu He, her cultivation method was completely different from that of a human's, so asking her would be pointless. Seeing him still worried, Yu He comforted him, but there is a benefit to the situation you're in. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, what's the benefit? Let's hear it. Young master's advancement to the open heaven in the future will certainly be easier now as there are signs of your breaking through already. When you gather all of your yin, yang, and 5 element powers, your advancement will definitely come naturally without much obstruction. Although Yang Kai knew that she was just comforting him, he still felt somewhat relieved and nodded, I hope so. Although talking to you he did not solve his doubts and he did not know why his Dao seal had such a phenomenon, Yang Kai faintly noticed one thing. The long gorge of cultivation between Emperor Realm and Open Heaven Realm could be called a completely new realm, such as the Dao Seal realm. This was because when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, they would need to condense their Dao Seal with their own grand Dao and lifelong cultivation. When advancing to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Dao Seal would be shattered and integrated into their small universe. The formation to the destruction of the Dao Seal was the rise and fall of a realm, and its characteristics were extremely obvious. The question was, why did such a realm not exist? Since he could not answer such a question, he decided not to think about it anymore. If there had never been the existence of a Dao Seal realm before, there must be a reason for it. 5 or 6 days passed by in a hurry while Yang Kai was constantly paying attention to the situation of his Dao Seal. Suddenly, he sensed a notably obvious world force swaying in the void. Looking up quickly, he saw Pang Duo get up with a smile and stood steadily. However, at this moment, he was a lot stronger than before. His upright stature felt as though a new world had emerged, and a complete world force lingered around him. He has successfully broken though. At almost the same time, world forces constantly fluctuated around the void. Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, Gong Yang Shi, and the others advanced to the Open Heaven Realm within just a half cup of tea's time. These great elders of Abundant City had spent almost the same amount of time cultivating, and the fifth-order materials they refined were not much different in attributes, which was why their breakthrough was so close to each other. After another half-day, Fan Wu Xin and the other deacons also successfully broke through. Finally, after another day, Mo Mai completed her breakthrough. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he gave Mo Mai many heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, which could greatly improve the chances of successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm, spirit pills were only external aids after all. What truly mattered was their respective will and foundation. No matter how much any external assistance was provided, if one was personally insufficient, there would still be a risk of failure. Now that they were all successful and no one had failed, it was well worth being delighted about. Having long noticed Yang Kai's presence, Mo Mai did not bother stabilizing her cultivation after her advancement to the Open Heaven Realm and flew straight towards him. Behind her, Pang Duo and the others quickly followed by the hundreds of Abundant City cultivators who had already broken through to the Open Heaven Realm. In front of Yang Kai, Mo Mai saluted elegantly, "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to lift her up with a small smile before cupping his fist as well. "Congratulations to everyone on your advancement to the Open Heaven Realm. From now on, like the great Pengs of legends, spread your wings and soar into the sky." Mo Mai replied humbly, "Many thanks to Sect Master for removing the blood principles on us. taking us out of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and giving us such precious spirit pills. We will never forget Sect Master's grace. Although Momai's tone was calm, her expression could not conceal her excitement. She and the great elders of Abundant City had long met the requirements to break through to the open heaven realm, but they could not do so because they were suppressed by the Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself. They have lived in that universe cave heaven for generations, and although they knew about the existence of the open heaven realm, they could never reach it. As cultivators, how could they not have the desire to progress further on the martial Tao? Even in their dreams, they had never thought that one day they could really achieve what they so desired. It was Yang Kai who broke them out of that cage, lifted the blood principle's restriction on them, and brought them to this vast universe safely. To them, this was tantamount to a life-saving grace and an opportunity to be reborn. Furthermore, there were the spirit pills given by Yang Kai to them. Before their breakthrough, Mo Mai and the others were not aware of the dangers of attempting this breakthrough. However, after having experienced the process firsthand, they realized the various risks of this process. It could be said that if they had no special spirit pills, at least 100 cultivators from Abundant City would have died in this attempt. Even Mo Mai could not guarantee that she would succeed, as it was possible that she could have fallen short just with a slight change in her inner state, resulting in her death. If even she had no guarantee, what about the others? However, with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, hundreds of people were able to advance successfully together, and no one was injured. It was nothing short of a miracle. Mo Mai's gratitude was completely sincere and heartfelt. The 300-plus people chanted in unison, "Many thanks, Sect Master." Yang Kai chuckled happily, "We are all one family now, there's no need to be so formal." After a little pondering, he added, "Mo Mai, you have now reached the open heaven realm, and are also in the sixth order, so he will be promoted to the positions of left and right protectors of Voidland. I wonder if you are willing to take up this responsibility." Mo Mai replied, "It would be my honor, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "Good, then Mo Mai, you will be the right protector of my Voidland in the future. Additionally, you and the other Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will join Voidland's Elder Council. Second Manager will inform you of the details." Pang Duo and the others chanted in unison, "We will follow Sect Master's command." Yang Kai guffawed, his face full of exhilaration, and the worries brought about by his Tao Seal were also washed away. He shouted in high spirits, "Today, Voidland has gained a great boon. There won't be any need to worry about being prosperous in the future. It is Voidland's honor to have you join us, just as it is this Yang's honor." Mo Mai replied humbly, "Sect Master is too modest." Yang Kai continued, "We should set up a banquet and have a good drink to celebrate such a joyous occasion, but you have all just finished breaking through, so you still need to stabilize your cultivations. Let us return to Voidland first. We will celebrate well after all of your cultivations have been consolidated." Naturally, no one had any objections. They did need time to stabilize their cultivation and familiarize themselves with the might of the open heaven realm. Upon returning to Voidland, Yang Kai summoned Bian Yu Qing, informed her about the advancement of Mo Mai and the others, filled her in on the matter of the Protectors and Elder Council, and delegated her to make arrangements for it. Pang Duo and the others had now advanced to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and indeed were qualified to be part of the Elder Council. As for those Fourth Order and Third Order Open Heaven realm masters, Yang Kai gave the responsibility of delegating their positions and responsibilities to Bian Yu Qing. Yang Kai did not stay any longer and returned to his retreat. After studying his Tao Seal carefully for a few days, he finally let out a breath of relief when he did not find any hidden dangers. According to Yu He, although the incident with his Tao Seal was strange, it may not be a bad thing. At least it would be much easier for him to break through to the open heaven realm in the future. Mo Mai and the others needed time to stabilize their cultivation, and so did Yang Kai. The proprietress said before she left that the progression of his cultivation was too rapid. Although there would be no problems in the near future, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be no hidden dangers during his advancement to the open heaven realm. There was no other cultivator like him who had condensed 6 high-rank elements in such a short period of time and was only one step away from the open heaven realm. Even the oddity with his Dao seal was likely related to this. Yang Kai naturally had to be careful. He would not be able to obtain the last yin element treasure in short order. Since the proprietress would be keeping an eye out for him, Yang Kai decided to not worry about it. The proprietress definitely had much better connections than he did, so if even she was unable to find a high-rank yin element treasure, he wouldn't either, no matter how hard he tried. Simply taking this time to consolidate his own cultivation was the best plan for the future. With a clear mind, Yang Kai relaxed and entered retreat with peace of mind, focusing on exploring the current powers he had. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:13, Towering Evergreen. Towering Evergreen. Yang Kai's lips murmured quietly in the secret room as the wood element power in his Dao seal shone brightly. Emerald light lingered around him, and a towering ancient tree suddenly sprouted behind his back, one so massive its crown seemed to cover the sky. All kinds of mysterious sensations were imprinted in his heart, and Yang Kai could not help gaining a trace of enlightenment. This was not a simple wood element divine ability, but a divine manifestation of the same grade as his golden crow casts the sun. During his retreat, Yang Kai focused on consolidating his foundation and comprehending his gains, so as to avoid any twists and turns in his future advancement to the open heaven realm. In order to do this, there was no better method than to comprehend the mysteries of his yin, yang, and 5 element powers. As long as he could comprehend the secrets of these powers within his Dao seal, he would be able to completely master his strength. Among the various powers he condensed, Yang Kai had already comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from the fire element power, and the dragon shield secret technique from his earth element power, but he was still clueless about the water element, yang element, and metal element powers he had condensed. Regarding the wood element power, he came across an opportunity before entering the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he was in an urgent situation at that time, so after saving Chu Hua Shong, he hurriedly rushed into Blood Monster Divine Palace, and did not have time to carefully experience his new wood element divine ability. Then, after returning to Voidland, he had been busy refining the 7th Order Monster Core in retreat until now. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that what he comprehended through his wood element power was no mere divine ability, but rather a divine manifestation. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was able to block a terrifying blow from the 7th Order Star Turtle back then. Despite the high order of the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree, Yang Kai could not believe that he managed to block that attack at the time. After all, there was a huge gap between him and the Star Turtle. Now, he finally understood that he had underestimated the might of this divine manifestation. Divine manifestations had always been exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. Only they were eligible to comprehend divine manifestation, but that did not mean all of them could. There were many powerful high-rank open heaven realm masters who did not have their own divine manifestation. It was a miracle that Yang Kai could comprehend the golden crow casts the sun as an emperor realm cultivator. When the head manager of Scarlet Star, Zhao Baichuan, saw it last time, he commented that Yang Kai could compete with ordinary low-rank open heaven realm masters with just this divine manifestation alone. Thus, one could imagine the power of a divine manifestation. Now, after learning the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai obtained the towering evergreen divine manifestation. If Zhao Baichuan knew about it, he would most likely jump out of his coffin in envy. Finally registering that the towering ancient tree behind him was a divine manifestation, Yang Kai could not help guffaw, his mouth opened wide as he let out genuine roars of laughter. After comprehending carefully for a while, Yang Kai fully understood. This towering evergreen was not just a defensive divine manifestation, but also possessed an extremely shocking healing ability. After all, this was the wood element power that was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so it came as no surprise that it had such utility. However, this divine manifestation was not really helpful to Yang Kai, because his own recovery abilities were already extraordinary, to the point that he did not need to rely on external forces. The golden crow casts the sun was an offensive divine manifestation, while the towering evergreen was a defensive one. With both offensive and defensive abilities and also the newly refined metal element power, there was a sharp increase in Yang Kai's strength. After studying it thoroughly for a while, Yang Kai dismissed this divine manifestation and began concentrating on comprehending his other powers. Being able to comprehend this towering evergreen divine manifestation before the blood monster divine palace was greatly related to his perseverance in studying his wood element for a long time. Ever since he learnt about the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai put in effort to comprehend his element powers whenever he had spare time. It was just that he had not perceived anything all this time. However, it was not because he was working in the wrong direction, but rather that the opportunity had not yet appeared. Seeing the results now, Yang Kai knew that his efforts over the years had not been in vain, so he would spare no effort in doing so again. Surprisingly, after half a year in retreat, Yang Kai made another achievement. In the secret room, a full moon suddenly rose slowly from behind him. It was the moonlight reflection in the water, pouring down slowly in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, frost suddenly adorning everywhere in the room, emitting cracking noises. The water element divine ability came into being. He obtained his water element by refining a moon essence, and it could only produce such an amazing scene because of its ice attribute. However, this moonlight reflection in the water was not a divine manifestation, but rather a simple divine ability. Compared to golden crow casts the sun from the fire element and towering evergreen from the wood element, it was an order of magnitude weaker. Yang Kai was not upset though. Given the rarity of divine manifestations, it was already exceedingly lucky for him to comprehend two with his current strength. How could he ask for more? Now that he comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from his fire element power and moonlight reflection in the water from the water element power, Yang Kai had gathered both the strength of the sun and moon. It was just a coincidence as it was truly rare. As he thought about it, the full moon set and the sun rose. The sun rose when the moon set, while the sun set as the moon rose. It was like an endless cycle. At this moment, Yang Kai actually felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai knew he could not compare to Flowing Time Great Emperor, or even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After all, those two were the inheritance disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor and had taken up his mantle. As such, their attainments in the Tao of Time were superior to Yang Kai's. Moreover, Yang Kai's foundation was established on the Tao of Space. All along, he has been painstakingly comprehending space principles and did not invest much into the Tao of Time. Back then, it was only by chance that he learnt the time flies seal, but he did not focus deeply on it. However, at this moment, when he comprehended the divine ability, moonlight reflection, from his water element power, Yang Kai could not help having a feeling of inspiration. If he could merge these fire and water powers with the time flies seal to form a new divine ability, it would definitely be one of his most powerful trump card. Without hesitation, Yang Kai started to surge his fire and water element powers in sequence in the secret room. Sometimes the sun leapt out, and occasionally, the moonlight poured down, while the time flies seal fluctuated. In the void, a ship sailed forward slowly. Many people gathered on the deck of the ship in small groups, talking and laughing. It could be seen that this was a ship of a great force, and all the cultivators on board were the disciples of this great force. Among the leaders, there was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and two third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The fourth-order Open Heaven Realm was an elderly man, while the two third orders were a middle-aged man and a dignified woman. An imposing young man stood beside the three of them. He was noble and handsome, and many senior sisters and junior sisters on the ship would steal glances at him quietly. From time to time, their eyes would meet his eyes, and they would quickly lower their heads shyly, but the young man just smiled gently, which sent the senior sisters and junior sisters swooning. Senior Brother Chi, does Void Territory's Star City really have a complete set of fifth-order materials to be exchanged? The dignified woman in the third-order Open Heaven Realm asked, with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Senior Brother Chi, we've crossed a few great territories to get here. It had better not be false news, otherwise, we would have traveled all the way for nothing. The middle-aged man also in the third-order Open Heaven Realm questioned with a worried face. The elderly man surnamed Chi stroked his beard lightly and smiled. Don't worry, the news is accurate, but it will be up to our own abilities to decide whether or not we are able to obtain these materials. The woman could not believe it, but how could this void land be willing to sell their fifth-order materials? Don't they need them? It was common to use lower-order materials to exchange for higher-order ones, but never did they expect that someone would be willing to exchange higher-order materials for lower-order ones, especially with other second-class great forces. Why would anyone do such a thing? Not to mention it was a complete set of fifth-order materials. The so-called complete meant that it was a full set of yin, yang, and five elements materials. If one could get their hands on such a set of resources, it would completely meet the cultivation needs of a junior who was looking to break through to the open heaven realm, leaving no need to bother seeking out more materials. The old man surnamed Chi replied, "I don't know about this, but many people have traded for fifth-order materials from them already. Indeed, many people have exchanged for fifth-order materials from Void Territory Star City." Bian Yu Qing had reported this to Yang Kai before. It was because there were not many disciples who could refine fifth-order materials, but an enormous number who needed third-order and fourth-order materials, that she took the materials collected from Gourd Vine to sell in the Star City for the resources Voidland needed. The move immediately created a sensation in the nearby Great Territories. Fifth-order materials were neither high nor low in terms of order. Perhaps, they might not be precious to the cave heavens and paradises, but they were strategic resources for any of the second-class great forces. Not to mention those third-class great forces that may not even know what fifth-order materials looked like. Furthermore, the fifth-order materials that were brought out from Voidland were not just ordinary fifth-order materials, but obviously stemmed from the same source. If one could refine a complete set of such materials, there may be some unexpected gains. Therefore, compared with normal fifth-order materials, a complete set of such materials was far more popular. Initially, only a few great forces from the Great Territories nearby visited Void Territory Star City, but as the news spread, more and more people came. Many great forces even did not hesitate to pay a visit to Void Territory Star City despite all the obstacles in the journey, just to obtain a complete set of materials from the Gourd Vine. Bian Yu Qing's original plan was just to trade something they had for things they were lacking to solve the resource problems of Voidland. Beyond her expectation, she inadvertently promoted the reputation of Void Territory Star City. The influx of cultivators coming and going from Void Territory Star City naturally livened up the city. Although it was only a medium-sized star city and the differences were still significant compared with a large-sized one such as Thousand Bird Star City, the volume of trading in Void Star City had undoubtedly increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Void Star City was Voidland's private property, so with the increase in trade volume, the tax that could be collected by Voidland would naturally rise too. Yun Xinghua, who was sent by Yang Kai to take charge of this place, was delighted to see the development and growth of the Star City. He had even begun to consider ways to ask Yang Kai for credit and reward for it. Yun Xinghua was forced by Yang Kai to sign his name on the loyalty list, and he had felt uneasy about it at first. He was worried that if Yang Kai was displeased with him one day, he could scratch his name off the loyalty list, and his life would end. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4314, Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the boat, the old man surnamed Chi turned to look at the young man who had been standing beside him. "Hanju, our Mountains and Seas Pavilion is prepared to spend all of our savings in exchange for a set of yin, yang, and five elements materials for you. You have to cultivate hard from now on, so as to live up to the expectations of us old fogies." Mountains and Seas Pavilion used to be called Mountains and Seas Province, but because it had given rise to two fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it renamed itself to Mountains and Seas Pavilion, barely qualifying as a second-class great force. The original Seven Wonders land, which consisted of a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and several fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Protector Venerables, was more than just a little stronger than Mountains and Seas Pavilion. But these were the rules of the 3,000 worlds. Any great force which had mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could be classified as second class, and any great force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be classified as first class. Great forces with only low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be considered third class. A great force such as the Mountains and Seas Pavilion was not rich in financial resources, and a complete set of fifth-order materials was worth no less than 10 million open heaven pills. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to afford it, giving them no way to obtain fifth-order materials. But when the news of fifth-order materials being traded in Void Star City was heard, Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not help being tempted. This could not be helped as a disciple. The young man named Han Ju was born in the Mountains and Seas Pavilion with outstanding aptitude. Mountains and Seas Pavilion was never too ambitious, so even if they knew that Han Ju's Dao seal was firm enough to condense fifth-order elements, they did not even consider doing so. They were more than satisfied with him breaking through to just the fourth-order open heaven realm. With Han Ju's aptitude, reaching the fourth order was a certain bet. Although they felt as though they had let him down, they had no choice. Mountains and Seas Pavilion needed money in order to continue functioning properly. Where could they find the spare open heaven pills to purchase valuable fifth-order materials? It was at this point that news reached Mountains and Seas Pavilion that fifth-order materials could be purchased at Void Territory Star City. The old man surnamed Chi was overjoyed and immediately consulted the pavilion master. After explaining the situation, he persuaded the pavilion master to support Han Ju's promotion to the fifth-order open heaven realm to the best of his ability. As long as Han Ju could reach the fifth-order open heaven realm, the entire Mountains and Seas Pavilion would rise to a new height and eventually gain a firm foothold as a second-class great force. Of course, the pavilion master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion knew this. They did not have much hope before now, for they lacked financial resources, but most of all, there was no way to find appropriate fifth-order materials. There might be hope for materials of the 5 elements, for some could be purchased with open heaven pills in various medium-sized and large-sized star cities. However, in many cases, even money could not buy yin and yang materials. Since ancient times, yin and yang materials had always been much rarer and more expensive than 5 elements materials. Now though, the Star City in Void Territory was selling complete sets of fifth-order materials. As long as they had enough resources or open heaven pills to exchange, it would undoubtedly serve as a glimmer of light in the darkness for Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Mountains and Seas Pavilion's master did not hesitate much and soon decided to strongly support the decision of the old man surnamed Chi, which was why this trip took place. They spent a month on this journey and crossed several great territories to arrive at this place. Loaded on the boat were almost all the reserves of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. In order to successfully exchange for the fifth-order set of materials, Mountains and Seas Pavilion was ready to wager everything. In this way, the old man surnamed Chi's expectations for Han Ju were naturally understandable. Han Ju obviously understood this, so he cupped his fist with the utmost solemnity. "Honored master, rest assured. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm as soon as possible, never daring to slack off." The old man surnamed Chi stroked his beard with a smile, and replied with great faith, "This old master is not worried about your aptitude. As long as your temperament can keep up with your cultivation, there won't be too many dangers in your promotion to the fifth order in the future." Han Ju respectfully saluted. "Disciple will follow honored master's teachings diligently." To the side, the dignified woman suddenly spoke up, "Senior brother Chi, someone is approaching." The old man surnamed Chi turned his eyes to the front and saw that there was indeed a ship approaching them at an incredible speed, and by the looks of its direction, it seemed to be coming straight at them. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi's face changed slightly, and he uttered in a low voice, "These visitors don't seem to have good intentions, be on alert." As soon as the words fell, the ship had arrived in front of them, blocking the way. On the deck, a dozen figures stood and looked at them with cold eyes. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi and the 2 third-order open heaven realm masters from Mountains and Seas Pavilions turned stiff. That was because the dozen people on the opposing ship were all open heaven realm masters. Although the leader seemed to only be a 4th-order open heaven realm master like the old man surnamed Chi, the other side had vastly superior numbers. Although it seemed like the other party was ill-intentioned, the old man surnamed Chi still cupped his fist. "Chi Changying of Mountains and Seas Pavilion greets fellow travelers. May I know why you have stopped us here?" "Mountains and Seas Pavilion?" The leading 4th-order open heaven realm master scoffed disdainfully. What mountains and seas pavilion? I've never heard of it. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi darkened, and was about to say something when the man suddenly waved his hand and growled in a low voice, "Kill, don't leave a single one alive." Everyone from Mountains and Seas Pavilion was appalled when they heard these words. They never thought that they would encounter pirates in the void, much less ruthless ones who would kill without a second thought. How could the Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples sit still? Not only did they come with all the wealth Mountains and Seas Pavilion possessed, but even the sect's hope for the future, Hanju, was on board too. If something happened to them, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would be completely done for. Chi Chang Ying immediately shouted, "Retreat." When the words fell, the grand array of the ship was immediately activated and it drove forward at shocking speed. He did not back down, because retreating would be futile. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was no match for them at all. They could only move forward, hoping to reach Void Star City. As long as they could reach Void Star City, they would be safe, and these people would not dare to cause trouble. At this crucial moment, Chi Chang Ying made a firm and resolute decision. His thoughts were very keen, and his judgment was even more accurate, but in the next instant, the enemy leader waved his hand and a shocking beam of light struck the middle of their ship. This attack was not something a fourth-order open heaven realm master could throw out, and a single strike greatly damaged the grand array of the ship, shaking it violently and throwing many people to the deck. Seeing this, Chi Chang Ying's heart sank as he surged his own strength desperately, struggling to support the grand array as he continued their attempt to flee. More than 10 figures had already rushed over from the enemy ship in that time though, and the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed before swiftly smashing onto the ship. After a stick of incense, accompanied by a loud bang, the Mountains and Seas Pavilion ship shattered. The violent force from the explosion swept through the disciples, causing countless casualties. Hanju, the future hope of Mountains and Seas Pavilion, died instantly without a complete corpse. Chi Chang Ying's eyes were about to burst out of their socket when a ray of light slashed towards him. His mind still in a daze, he was too late to evade the blow, which cut through his body. All he could feel was his body almost splitting in two. The severe pain cleared his mind for a moment. At this moment, no matter how much he resisted, it would be useless, and he would only be dying in vain, so he immediately held his breath, and concealed his aura, quietly suspending himself in the void as if he was really dead. Each of the miserable cries for help coming from his surroundings represented a disciple on the brink of death. Every scream felt like a knife stabbing through his heart. Despite the excruciating physical pain Chi Chang Ying felt, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. After a while, everything returned to calmness. The 10 or so enemy open heaven realm masters gathered. Chi Chang Ying pushed his divine sense secretly, and only vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yun before falling into a coma. He did not know how much time had passed when he woke up again. Shuddering from the severe pain, he barely stood up, looked around, and saw corpses scattered across the void, all vitality drained from their familiar faces. The fragmented ship was stained with blood, and broken limbs and hashed meat was scattered everywhere. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as Chi Chang Ying growled through gritted teeth, "Void Land, I'll never forgive you." This was Void Territory, the great territory controlled by Void Land. Chi Chang Ying did not think to relate the ambush to Void Land originally, because this did not make sense. How could Void Land provoke others and risk their own reputation within their own territory? However, the few words he heard before he fell into unconsciousness reminded him of something. As far as he knew, the person in charge of Void Star City was named Yun Xinghua, who happened to be a fourth-order open heaven master, which was equivalent to his cultivation. If Void Land deliberately spread rumors about them selling fifth-order materials and lured victims like them to come with a lot of money just to rob them halfway, it would make sense. It's over. Mountains and Seas Pavilion is finished. All their wealth was swept away, and even the sect's most promising disciple that had a chance to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm directly died tragically in front of his eyes. Such a blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Chi Chang Ying panted violently for a while before hurriedly taking out a few spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. He then dragged his damaged body with gritted teeth towards the place where Voidstar City sat, his eyes filled with vengeance. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. In his secret room, time principles lingered around young Kai as the sun and moon rose and set in an infinite cycle above his palm. It took a year to finally improve the Time Fly's seal. His comprehension of the Tao of time and of his own powers were much greater than before. Young Kai had not used the newly improved Time Fly's seal against any enemy yet, but he was sure that it was definitely not inferior to his Golden Crow casts the sun, and it could be even better. Because this move integrated Golden Crow casts the sun and moonlight reflection in the water, how could it be weak? Young Kai was confident that if a third-order open heaven realm was caught off guard, this divine ability was sufficient to take their life. One could not guarantee that there would not be one in the future, but throughout the ages, it was absolutely unprecedented for an Emperor Realm Junior to make such an achievement. While he was still rejoicing, the barrier of the secret room was suddenly disturbed. Young Kai frowned. He had left Bian Yu Qing instructions before he went into retreat that unless it was an urgent matter, he should not be disturbed. Now that the barrier has been touched, it was obvious that something major had happened. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.